Part 1. Hook. The blood is the life. Okay, here is a script for the Hook. The blood is the life section of your video on Bram Stoker's Dracula. Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make. There are some lines in literature that, once heard, once read, they burrow deep into the marrow of your bones and refuse to leave. They become part of the collective human consciousness, whispered across generations, evolving, adapting, yet somehow always retaining their original, potent magic. And this particular line, this chilling, almost paternal invitation from a host who is anything but hospitable, it perfectly encapsulates a phenomenon that has haunted our dreams and fueled our nightmares for over a century. Think about it. We are living in the 21st century. We have space travel, artificial intelligence, quantum physics. We've largely demystified the world around us, stripped away so much of the raw, primal unknown that once bred our deepest, most superstitious fears. Yet, here we are. Still utterly, undeniably, completely obsessed with Dracula. With the vampire. With the mythos that Bram Stoker so meticulously, so masterfully crafted in 1897. It's an enigma, isn't it? Why do we return, again and again, to the crumbling battlements of Castle Dracula, to the desolate, fog-shrouded passes of the Borgo Pass, to the cold, aristocratic, yet undeniably magnetic gaze of its terrifying inhabitant? What is it about this creature of the night, this ancient evil, this seductive predator, that continues to hold such an unholy, visceral grip on our collective imagination, even as new horrors emerge from every corner of our digital world? Is it the sheer, unadulterated primal fear? The terror of the unknown, of the monstrous other that stalks the shadows, capable of transforming the most innocent into something unspeakable, something undead? Is it the dread of losing control, of having our very essence, our lifeblood, usurped by an entity that exists beyond the bounds of human morality and natural law? Or is it something far more insidious? Something that whispers to a darker, more forbidden part of ourselves? A part that's drawn, however subconsciously, to the promise of forbidden power, to eternal life, to a predatory beauty that transcends mortal understanding and decay. Imagine young Jonathan Harker, trapped within those ancient, oppressive walls, the wind howling a mournful dirge outside his window, rattling the panes, each gust a phantom whisper against the glass. He's there, meticulously recording every unsettling detail in his journal, his quill scratching furiously across the parchment, each stroke a desperate attempt to make sense of the increasingly surreal, terrifying reality he finds himself in. He's trying to rationalize, to document, to hold onto the tangible world, even as it slips further and further away, replaced by shadows that lengthen and twist, by the unsettling, too close presence of his enigmatic host. The air is thick with dread, with the scent of old stone, damp earth, and an older, more pervasive evil that seems to cling to the very fabric of the castle. Every shadow holds a secret, every sound a potential threat. This is the world Stoker built. A world where the gas lamps of modern London stand in stark contrast to the ancient, superstitious dread of Transylvania. A world where nascent science and deeply entrenched superstition collide, where the dawn of a new, logical age grapples with an ancient evil that defies all reason, all logic, all human understanding. And at its very heart, at the core of this terrifying mythology, is a profound and disturbing truth about life itself. A truth encapsulated in a single, chilling phrase. The blood is the life. A simple declaration, yet it carries the weight of centuries of folklore, of a profound, almost instinctual understanding of what makes us human, and what can twist that humanity into something monstrous, something eternal. It's not just about a creature that drinks blood for sustenance, it's about a being that embodies the ultimate transgression, the ultimate violation. Part: Intro plus narrator's POV, ink, fog, and fear. Hello, my fellow adventurers into the deeper, darker currents of literature. Gather close, if you dare, because today, we're not just opening a book, we're prying open a fragile, brittle time capsule, a carefully bound collection of desperate pleas, frantic scribbles, and chilling observations, all held together by something far more potent, far more insidious, than mere paper and ink. This isn't just a story you passively read, it's an experience you uncover, piece by agonizing, unsettling piece, feeling the chill emanate from the very pages. This is ink, fog, and fear, and it's here, in the unsettling quiet of these first moments, amidst the whisper of turning pages and the imagined scent of ancient parchment, that our journey into the vast, shadow-drenched heart of Bram Stoker's Dracula truly begins. It is a journey into the disorienting power of fragmented truths and the paralyzing terror of what stubbornly remains unseen, cloaked in an impenetrable, psychological fog. You know, there are some stories that don't just entertain you for an afternoon, they etch themselves onto your very being, resonating with a peculiar, almost haunting frequency that echoes within your own deepest experiences. For me, Dracula has always done that, particularly through its profound, almost suffocating sense of isolation. I remember the first time I truly read it, not merely consumed the plot, but allowed myself to be entirely enveloped by its pervasive atmosphere, to breathe its damp, cold, foreboding air. It was a period in my own life where I felt distinctly adrift. I was far from home, navigating the labyrinthine, indifferent streets of a new, sprawling city, wrestling with my own nascent anxieties about an uncertain, undefined future, about forging a new path entirely alone. And that feeling, that chilling, pervasive solitude, that sense of being utterly cut off, not just geographically, but from understanding, from empathy, from any familiar comfort or helping hand, it is one of the very first things that reaches out from the pages of Dracula and clutches you with an icy grip. It's not simply the literal confinement of a young solicitor, Jonathan Harker, trapped within the ancient, crumbling, malevolent walls of a Transylvanian castle. No, it's a more fundamental, and almost existential loneliness that permeates the entire narrative, seeping into every character's perspective, coloring their every thought and fear. It's the unsettling realization that you are a solitary consciousness, confronted by something utterly alien, something that defies all logic, staring into an abyss that threatens to swallow not just your body, but the very essence of your sanity. Whether that abyss is a foreign, untamed, superstitious landscape, or merely the vast, terrifying expanse of your own mind grappling with the impossible, that chilling sense of being utterly alone in your terror is a universal human experience that Stoker exploits with masterful, almost cruel precision. It's the primal fear that if you scream, no one will hear. If you write your truth, no one will believe. And that disbelief, that dismissal, only deepens the horrifying isolation. But Stoker, in his unparalleled genius, doesn't just tell you about this isolation or the gathering darkness, he makes you feel it, viscerally, intimately, through the very architecture of his novel. You see, Dracula isn't a traditional narrative with a single, guiding, omniscient voice leading you patiently and safely through the story, explaining every turn. Oh no. This book is a meticulously assembled collage, a fragmented, brittle tapestry woven from desperate pleas, frantic scribbles, and chilling observations. It's presented to us, the readers, as a collection of found footage, if you will, but filtered through the very real, tangible mediums of the late 19th century, making it feel unsettlingly authentic. Imagine, if you will, stumbling upon a dusty, forgotten old wooden box in a long-abandoned attic, the air thick with the scent of age and secrets. Inside, you carefully discover, Jonathan. This isn't just storytelling, it's an immersive experience of forensic discovery, of slowly, painstakingly, horrifyingly, connecting the scattered, blood-stained shards of a waking nightmare. The lack of a unified, guiding narrative voice means you never feel completely safe, never truly know the whole truth, until it is overwhelmingly, inescapably, too late. And it's precisely this ingenious found footage nature that Stoker so masterfully employs to build an almost unbearable psychological tension, a tension that wraps around you like a suffocating blanket of dread. Because when you're presented with journals, letters, and reports, you are, by definition, only getting one character's perspective at a time. Each character is a small, isolated island of consciousness, blinking frantically in a vast, terrifying ocean of ignorance. They don't know the full story, they can't see the larger, monstrous tapestry that is being woven around them, thread by insidious thread. We, the readers, are perpetually craving more information, straining to see the bigger picture, yet we are just as limited, just as blind, just as vulnerable as the characters themselves. This isn't a story where the monster grandly announces its intentions from the outset, revealing itself in a terrifying but ultimately comprehensible form. No, it's a slow, insidious burn, a creeping sensation of profound wrongness that permeates everything. The terror doesn't spring from cheap jump scares or gratuitous gore, it blossoms from the silence. It emanates from the things left unsaid, from the vast, terrifying gaps between the entries, the missing pieces of the puzzle that scream louder than any explicit exposition. It comes from Jonathan Harker's increasing paranoia, his meticulous, almost obsessive cataloging of impossible events, his frantic, failing attempts to rationalize the irrational, each word a testament to a mind slowly unmooring itself from reality. It comes from the chilling realization that no one believes him, that he's shouting his desperate warnings into a profound, echoing void. Stoker, with profound psychological insight, understands that what we don't see, what we don't explicitly know, what lurks just beyond the periphery of our understanding, shrouded in a metaphorical and literal fog, is often far more terrifying, far more insidious, than anything that's explicitly shown. The unknown, wrapped in a pervasive, thick fog of uncertainty and disbelief, is the true villain here, amplified exponentially by the limited, subjective perspectives. We feel the creeping fog of confusion and disbelief settle over us, just as it settles over the characters, before the stark, undeniable horror sets in. This is the fog from our title, not just the physical mists of Transylvania or the London docks, but the mental fog of incomprehension, of doubt, of the terrifying realization that one's entire worldview is under assault. We're compelled to confront the unnerving, sanity-shattering possibility that everything we thought we knew about the world, about reality itself, might be catastrophically, monstrously wrong. And that, my friends, is where true, bone-deep fear resides, in the slow, dawning recognition that something ancient, something unspeakable, something utterly inimical to human life, is breaking through the thin, fragile veneer of modernity, not with a bang, but with a series of unsettling whispers and inexplicable shadows. Bram Stoker and the brooding Victorian anxiety, modernity versus ancient superstition, the zeitgeist, and that, quite naturally, brings us to the fascinating, contemplative mind behind this meticulously crafted horror, Bram Stoker himself. An Irishman, a dedicated theater manager, and for many years the personal assistant to the legendary, imposing actor Henry Irving, Stoker was a quintessential product of his time, a keen observer, often from the wings of a stage, of the incredible upheaval and profound transformation that defined late Victorian England. The late 19th century was an era defined by profound, almost dizzying para. Chapter 1, The Guest at Castle Dracula. Hello, dear listeners, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're embarking on a journey into the heart of darkness, a journey that has captivated generations and redefined the very concept of fear. We're finally diving into Bram Stoker's immortal masterpiece, Dracula. Now, when we talk about Dracula, most people immediately picture the fangs, the cape, the Transylvanian castle. But what often gets lost in the pop culture mythology is the slow, creeping dread that Stoker so meticulously builds, brick by chilling brick. And nowhere is that dread more palpable, more exquisitely crafted, than in the opening chapters, as we follow our unwitting protagonist, Jonathan Harker, into the very maw of the beast. So, let's turn the page, metaphorically speaking, to Chapter 1, The Guest at Castle Dracula. Imagine yourself in the shoes of Jonathan Harker, a young, ambitious, and utterly rational English solicitor. It's May 1897. He's been dispatched from the bustling, gas-lit streets of London, a city confident in its scientific progress and imperial might, to a remote, ancient land, Transylvania. His mission seems straightforward enough, to finalize a real estate transaction for a mysterious nobleman, Count Dracula, who wishes to purchase an estate in England. A simple business trip, right? A chance for a bit of exotic travel before marrying his beloved Mina. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, Jonathan, you sweet, naive Victorian soul. If only you knew. From the moment Harker steps off the train, heading further and further east, the world around him begins to subtly shift. The familiar landmarks fade, replaced by a landscape that feels older, untouched. As he delves deeper into the Carpathian Mountains, Stoker masterfully paints a picture of isolation and superstition. The bustling railway gives way to a diligence, a public coach, and the other passengers are a stark contrast to the sophisticated Londoners Harker knows. Their faces are etched with hardship, their eyes wide with a fear he can't quite comprehend. He notices their curious rituals. At every stopping place, the locals gather, making the sign of the cross, pointing two fingers at him, and uttering a string of foreign words that sound like a warning. Satan, hell, witch, vampire, he manages to piece together, all associated with the impending journey to the Borgo Pass, the very threshold of Dracula's domain. It's unsettling, to say the least. Harker, being the pragmatic Englishman he is, dismisses it as quaint local superstition, the relics of a less enlightened age. But even he can't deny the palpable fear that hangs in the air like a shroud. The journey through the Borgo Pass itself is a masterpiece of atmospheric horror. The sun sets, plunging the rugged mountains into a chilling darkness. The air grows impossibly cold, despite it being May. The diligence driver, a man Harker describes as having a look of horror on his face, drives with a frantic urgency, making the sign of the cross whenever a flickering blue flame appears in the distance. The other passengers offer Harker garlic, a crucifix, a rosary, desperate charms against an unseen evil. He accepts them with polite amusement, yet the accumulation of these small, strange acts begins to gnaw at his rational composure. Then, at precisely the stroke of midnight, when the coach reaches its highest point in the pass, a lone carriage awaits. A large, gaunt man, with a long, dark beard and eyes that glow with a fierce, uncanny red light, takes the reins. This is Dracula's driver, silent and menacing. As they plunge deeper into the winding, treacherous roads, the sounds of wolves howling grow louder, more insistent, closer. The driver, with an almost supernatural calm, simply snaps his whip, and the wolves, for a moment, fall silent. It's a small detail, but it speaks volumes, subtly hinting at the driver's, and by extension, the Count's, unnatural dominion over the wild. Harker is no longer a detached observer. He's in it. The cold seeps into his bones, the darkness presses in, and the howls of the wolves. The Count welcomes Harker with an exaggerated politeness, his English perfect but with a peculiar sing-song quality and a strong guttural accent. His grip is surprisingly powerful, almost crushing, a hint of the immense strength beneath that gaunt frame. He carries Harker's heavy luggage up the winding stairs with an ease that belies his apparent age. There's an unnerving intensity to his hospitality, an almost predatory eagerness. He speaks of the storms and the wolves, almost possessively, as if they are his loyal subjects. Harker, still trying to maintain his British decorum, attempts to make polite conversation, but there's no denying the immediate, profound sense of discomfort. The castle is utterly silent, devoid of any other staff. Dracula himself cooks, serves, and cleans, a detail that strikes Harker as odd for a nobleman of such apparent stature. The air is heavy, oppressive, and Harker feels a chill that has nothing to do with the outside temperature. It's in the days that follow that Harker's rational worldview truly begins to unravel, giving way to a chilling, undeniable realization: he is not a guest here. He is a prisoner. The initial oddities coalesce into an inescapable truth. He realizes he has no way to leave. The great door through which he entered is now locked, bolted, and barred from the outside. Every other door he tries, hoping to explore, hoping to find another exit, is similarly secured. His only window overlooks a sheer, terrifying drop into an abyss, with wolves howling below. He can see the surrounding countryside, but it's a view of an impassable wilderness, not a path to freedom. His attempts to communicate with the outside world are met with silence. No letters are sent, no messages received. He's completely cut off. The Count is always present, always watching, his burning red eyes following Harker's every move, his smile a thin, cold line. One morning, Harker is shaving, using his small mirror. The Count enters the room, and for the first time, Harker notices something truly horrifying. Dracula casts no reflection in the mirror. When Harker accidentally nicks himself and a drop of blood appears, Dracula's eyes blaze with a terrifying hunger, and he lunges, only to be repelled by Harker's accidental sight of the crucifix. It's a moment of sheer, visceral terror, a crack in the Count's polite veneer that reveals the monstrous truth beneath. Then there's the infamous incident with the three brides. While exploring a forbidden part of the castle, a moment where Stoker gives us a taste of the seductive, terrifying power of the female vampires, Harker is nearly ensnared by them. But Dracula intervenes, not out of concern for Harker's safety, but with a chilling possessiveness. "This man belongs to me," he snarls, throwing a sack containing a screaming child to the brides as a diversion. It's a brutal demonstration. Harker is not a human being with agency, he is an object, a possession, a future meal. The Count's words, initially seeming gracious, now echo with sinister meaning. "You may go anywhere you wish in the castle, except where the doors are locked," he had said. Harker now understands, all paths to freedom are locked. All paths to escape are barred. The only open doors lead deeper into the castle, deeper into the trap. The chilling conclusion settles upon Harker with the weight of a tombstone: I am a prisoner. I do not even know what is to be my fate. His once rational mind is now consumed by a desperate, animal fear. He is alone, miles from civilization, trapped in a decaying fortress with a creature of immense power and unfathomable evil, a creature who casts no shadow and no reflection, whose hands are hairy, and whose eyes burn with an unholy hunger. And that, my friends, is the terrifying brilliance of Stoker's opening. He doesn't just tell us Jonathan Harker is in danger, he makes us feel it. We experience his slow descent from confident outsider to terrified captive. The journey into the East is not just geographical, it's a journey into the preternatural, into AW. Chapter 2, The Brides and the Discovery. Welcome back, fellow travelers of the dark, to our journey through Bram Stoker's immortal Dracula. In our last chapter, we delved into Jonathan Harker's initial unsettling arrival at Castle Dracula, the subtle but insistent signs of something deeply wrong, and the chilling realization that he was, in fact, a prisoner. The Count, with his archaic charm and unsettling intensity, had begun to reveal his true colors, but only in glimpses. Harker was still teetering on the edge of comprehension, caught between the rational and the utterly unbelievable. But now, my friends, we step fully into the abyss. This is where the true, visceral horror of the supernatural begins to coil around Harker, and indeed, around us. This is where the Dracula we know and fear truly takes shape, not just as a manipulative nobleman, but as a primal force, a sensory nightmare that reaches out from the page and grips you. We're about to witness the escalation of supernatural horror, and truly feel the sensory nature of the vampire in a way that, even today, is incredibly potent. The terrifying encounter with the three vampire brides. Imagine, if you will, Jonathan Harker, alone in that vast, echoing castle. Dracula has departed, leaving him isolated, his fear now compounded by a suffocating loneliness. He's explored, he's discovered the locked doors, the absence of servants, the unsettling quiet. And then, it happens. One evening, drawn by an inexplicable pull, he finds himself in a part of the castle he hasn't seen before. The air grows heavy, charged with an almost electric tension, a scent of something both sweet and cloying. And then they appear. Stoker's description of the three vampire brides is a masterclass in alluring terror. They don't simply walk in, they float, they glide. He describes them as three young women, with white, set faces and heavy-lidded eyes, which were like the Count's, and the red, voluptuous lips. The language here is crucial, voluptuous. This isn't just about horror, it's about desire, about a forbidden, dangerous beauty that draws Harker in even as his every instinct screams for him to flee. He recounts their languorous grace, and a sweetness that was both sensuous and hypnotic. One, tall and thin with dark hair, another with rosy cheeks, and the third, blonde, more voluptuous than the others. It's a trinity of temptation and doom. They speak, their voices silvery, musical, yet with a strange, husky quality, like a siren's call, designed to enchant and entrap. Harker is paralyzed. He can't move, he can't speak. He is utterly at their mercy, caught in a trance. And this is where the sensory experience becomes almost unbearable. They surround him, their ethereal forms creating an almost palpable pressure. The blonde one, the most overtly seductive, leans over him. He feels the soft touch of her lips on his throat, not yet piercing, but a terrifying caress that promises both ecstasy and oblivion. He describes a delightful shudder running through him, a feeling of sharp, delightful pain that is not yet pain, but its tantalizing prelude. Think about that for a moment, delightful pain. Stoker plunges us into the complex, disturbing psychology of a victim caught between terror and a forbidden, almost sexualized surrender. The vampiric kiss isn't just about blood, it's about absolute dominion, about a violation that is both physical and spiritual. His breath comes in ragged gasps. He feels their hot breath on his skin, smells their sweet, intoxicating scent, perhaps of lilies, perhaps of decay, perhaps of something utterly alien. The blonde one's tongue licks her lips, as if anticipating, and Harker recounts, "I felt in the air a keen desire to have my throat cut." This line, oh, this line. It's the ultimate expression of the vampire's hypnotic power, turning the victim's own will against them, twisting terror into a morbid fascination. Just as the oldest, the dark-haired one, prepares to strike, to sink her teeth into his jugular, a roar shatters the spell. Dracula returns. And this is where we see T. He finds his way into an abandoned chapel, a place that should offer solace but instead radiates a profound desecration. Within it, he discovers numerous old, empty coffins. but one is not empty. And this is where the revelation hits with the force of a physical blow. Inside one of these coffins, he finds the Count. Not the Count he knows, the old, aristocratic, somewhat charming, if unsettling, host. No. This is something else entirely. Stoker describes him as younger, much younger. All the signs of age have vanished, replaced by a ghastly, unnatural vitality. His face, though still pale, is now filled with a horrible repletion. His lips, those thin, cruel lips, are redder than ever, and a stream of fresh blood trickles from one corner, drying on his chin. This visual is revolting, yet powerfully symbolic. It's the raw, undeniable evidence of Dracula's true nature. He isn't merely an eccentric nobleman, he is a creature of the night, a blood-sucking fiend. And he's not just sleeping, he's lying in a coffin full of the earth. This detail of the earth is profoundly significant. Why earth? For vampires, particularly in Eastern European folklore that Stoker drew upon, the native soil, the earth from their homeland, is a source of their power, a necessity for their restorative sleep, their undeath. It connects them to their origins, to the very land from which their curse springs. For Harker, this site confirms everything. The impossible becomes undeniable. Dracula is not just a man, he is a monster, bound to the ancient earth, revitalized by the lifeblood of others. Harker, consumed by a mixture of horror and righteous fury, grabs a shovel. He sees Dracula's eyes, open, yet unseeing, and the sight of them, like those of a dead man, fills him with a desperate, suicidal courage. He lifts the shovel, intending to strike, to end this nightmare. But the Count, though seemingly inanimate, senses his presence. The eyes, though unseeing, seem to convey a dark warning. Harker hesitates, perhaps struck by the sheer unnaturalness of it all, or by a sudden, paralyzing fear that even in this state, the Count is beyond his reach. The moment passes, and Harker is left with the agonizing realization that he is trapped with an enemy who is not only powerful but utterly inhuman. Harker's desperate escape attempt as the Count departs for England. The discovery of Dracula in his earthy bed ratchets Harker's terror to an unbearable pitch. He knows he must escape, but how? The castle is a labyrinth of his own doom. He sees the Count preparing for his journey, boxes being loaded, boxes filled. Harker now understands with a sickening certainty, with the very earth that sustains the vampire. The stakes are clear: if Dracula leaves, Harker will be left to the tender mercies of the brides, or worse, left to rot in that accursed place. He watches, concealed, as the Count oversees the final preparations for his departure. The ship, the Demeter, is moored below, ready to set sail for England, for new hunting grounds, for unsuspecting victims. For Harker, this ship isn't just a vessel, it's the Count's gateway to freedom and a new reign of terror, and Harker's last chance for survival. The feeling of absolute entrapment is palpable. Harker sees the last of the boxes being carried down, the final preparations for the Count's departure underway. He knows, with grim certainty, that once that ship sails, his fate is sealed. It's a race against time, a desperate, final gamble. He climbs the castle walls, driven by a primal will to survive, by a profound, agonizing fear, and perhaps, a flicker of hope that he might yet warn the world. He looks down at the sheer drop, the jagged rocks below, the swirling river. Death seems almost preferable to remaining in the castle, to becoming another meal for the brides, another lost soul in Dracula's dark domain. With the Count now on board the ship, signaling its imminent departure, Harker makes his choice. It's a leap into the unknown, a desperate act of defiance against a monstrous fate. He throws. Chapter 3, The Ghost Ship Demeter. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. If you're just joining us, you've landed right in the heart of our deep dive into Bram Stoker's enduring masterpiece, Dracula. In our last chapter, we were utterly engrossed, and perhaps a little terrified, by Jonathan Harker's harrowing escape from Count Dracula's crumbling, ancient castle in Transylvania. We explored the sheer, suffocating Gothic horror of that isolated world, a world steeped in superstition and centuries of dark secrets. But as we leave the oppressive grandeur of the Carpathians behind, Stoker pulls a truly audacious narrative move. He doesn't just transport Dracula to England, he orchestrates an arrival so profoundly unsettling, so steeped in atmospheric dread, that it has rightly become one of the most iconic, unforgettable sequences in the entire novel. It's less an arrival and more an invasion. Today, we're setting sail, quite literally, into the chilling heart of what I've titled Chapter 3, The Ghost Ship Demeter. This is the pivotal moment where the ancient, monstrous evil of Dracula makes its grand, terrifying, and utterly disruptive entrance into the seemingly ordered, gaslit world of Victorian England. And let me tell you, it's not a gentle docking at the pier, nor a polite customs check. Oh no. This is pure, unadulterated maritime nightmare fuel. Stoker's absolute genius here lies in his masterful use of indirect narration. We, the readers, never once see Dracula aboard the Demeter. His presence is inferred, felt, and ultimately confirmed through the chilling, fragmented logs of the ship's unfortunate captain. Imagine this, a seemingly unremarkable Russian merchant vessel, the Demeter, chartered to carry a mysterious cargo of 50 large boxes of earth from the port of Varna, on the Black Sea, all the way to Whitby, on the English North Sea coast. A routine voyage, a mere commercial transaction. But from the moment those strange boxes are loaded, a pall descends upon the ship, and things begin to unravel with a slow, creeping horror that is almost unbearable. The Demeter narrative is primarily pieced together through a series of terse, increasingly desperate entries from the captain's logbook. This logbook, found later by the authorities, becomes our window into a creeping madness, a chilling chronicle of someone who is slowly, inexorably, losing his mind, his crew, and ultimately his life, to an unseen, unamiable terror. It's a brilliant narrative device, by giving us a fragmented, terrified account from the captain's perspective. Stoker builds a sense of dread and claustrophobia that is almost unbearable. We're trapped with the captain, witnessing his sanity fraying, feeling the icy grip of the unknown titan. Let me read you a few snippets from these chilling entries, because they paint a picture far more vivid and disturbing than I ever could paraphrase. Listen to the subtle, then accelerating, shift in tone. July 6th. We are in the latitude of the Bosphorus. The weather is fair, the sea smooth. All goes well. From the Bosporus, to the Dardanelles, and then to Constantinople. Anchored for a day at Constantinople to take in stores. Thence to Varna. All well. No news. Steam up and all ready to start. I am in charge, and my first mate, a good, steady fellow, is with me. The crew are all sound and hearty. Pretty standard stuff, right? The mundane details of a voyage, the world is orderly, logical. The captain is in control. But then, as the days turn, July 13th. The crew are all hearty and well. No signs of any trouble. Still calm weather. Seems quite a pleasant voyage. The men are, as usual, grumbling a bit about the cargo, calling it Devil's Earth, but it's nothing unusual for sailors to be superstitious. The calm before the storm, both literally and figuratively, is slowly breaking. And then, the first truly unsettling crack in the facade of normality. The first whisper of true terror. July 16th. This morning Petrovsky, one of the able seamen, came to the mate, and reported that he had been standing by the coffin, which was in the hold, and that whilst there he saw a tall, thin man, with a long black beard, whose eyes did seem to burn into him, and he heard a voice, as if from a great distance, which said, "Come, follow me." The mate, a sensible fellow, tried to reason with him, but the man was in a paroxysm of terror. He swears he will not go down to the hold again for any amount of money. I note this as it is unusual for a Russian sailor to be so unnerved. Now, a coffin in the hold is already an inherently disturbing image, a morbid detail among ordinary cargo. But a ghostly figure, a tall, gaunt man with burning eyes and a hypnotic voice. This is where the truly unsettling, supernatural nature of the voyage begins. Petrovsky, naturally, is terrified beyond reason. He refuses to return to the hold. And then, the disappearances start. Not sudden, dramatic disappearances, but slow, insidious vanishings, one by one, amplifying the dread with each passing day. July 24th. The wind has been high, and we have had a rough time. I had to be on watch myself a good deal of the night. None of the passengers came on deck. I thought I heard a strange scrabbling noise from the hold, but put it down to the shifting of the cargo. Still, it made my blood run cold. July 29th. The mate, who went down into the hold to see how the cargo was standing the weather, came up pale as a ghost. He said that he saw a man, not of the crew, a tall, gaunt man, who slipped away into the shadows. He could not give a full description, only that the eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. I checked the roll call again. Another man is missing. Petrov's watch. He was on duty outside the hold. August 3rd. God preserve us. Another man gone. This time it was Pfeiffer, the third mate. I found his crucifix on the deck, broken. There is something on this ship. Something that hunts in the dark. We are sailing into a living nightmare. I've ordered the remaining crew to stay above deck, but even there, I feel eyes upon us. Not of the crew. Something that hunts in the dark. Imagine the growing, suffocating terror. You're isolated on a ship, a tiny speck on an endless ocean, miles from land, and there's an unknown, malevolent presence silently stalking the corridors, systematically reducing your numbers. The crew, one by one, begins to vanish. Not overboard, not taken by illness, not by any conventional accident. Just gone. Taken. The captain's log becomes a desperate, almost incoherent chronicle of fear and isolation. He desperately tries to find a rational explanation: mutiny, desertion, perhaps even a stowaway, but deep down, he knows it's something far more sinister, something that defies logic. He records seeing a man, or what seemed like a man, moving amongst the cargo, feeding. The sheer horror of that implication, that something is feeding on his crew, silently, invisibly, below decks, feasting on their very life force. What makes the sequence so incredible? Not just a squall, not a typical British rain shower, but a sudden, violent, almost unnatural tempest erupting out of nowhere, defying the usual meteorological patterns. The sea becomes a roaring, thrashing monster, waves the size of houses crashing against the cliffs with furious, destructive abandon. The wind howls like a banshee, tearing at anything in its path. Amidst this apocalyptic chaos, a ship is sighted. A schooner, caught in the heart of the gale, its sails ripped to shreds, its rigging snapping like dry twigs. It's a derelict, a spectral sight battling the tempest, seemingly without a crew, a doomed vessel tossed about like a toy. Imagine the townsfolk, gathered in terrified fascination on the cliffs, watching this ghost ship being battered, knowing that anyone aboard would surely be lost to the furious sea. And then, with a final, tremendous surge, the storm, as if directed by some unseen hand, drives the schooner, the Demeter, straight towards the shore, beaching it violently onto the sand of Tate Hill Pier. The sheer shock of it. Everyone expects to find bodies, or at least desperate survivors clinging to life. But when they board the wreckage, they find nothing. Not a soul. Only the horrifying discovery of the captain, dead, his hands still gripping the wheel in a death grip, a crucifix clutched to his chest, his eyes wide, frozen in an ultimate, unamiable terror. A man who died not of the storm, but of something far, far worse. But the most striking, the most profoundly unsettling image, the one that truly imprints itself on the reader's mind and sets the tone for everything that follows, is what happens just before the ship finally hits the sand. As the Demeter grounds, and a wave breaks over its bow with a thunderous roar, a great dog, described as a huge dog, as large as a wolf, with eyes that glowed like red coals, leaps with astounding speed and agility from the shattered vessel. It lands on the shore, a primal, dark silhouette against the tumultuous spray, and immediately vanishes into the labyrinthine shadows and twisting lanes of the town. Think about that image, a spectral ship, a dead captain consumed by terror, and then this untamed, wolf-like beast, not merely walking, but springing forth, dissolving into the night. It's an incredibly potent, unforgettable symbol. The dog is, of course, Dracula himself, transformed. And his arrival in this animalistic, untamed form, raw and predatory, right into the heart of a civilized, God-fearing Victorian town, is loaded with layers of chilling meaning. It's brutal, it's ancient, and it completely bypasses all the carefully constructed societal norms and expectations of England. It's an arrival that is less an entrance and more a violent breaching, a tearing of the fabric of reality. This entire, meticulously crafted sequence, the harrowing journey of the ghost ship, the sudden, almost supernatural storm, the dramatic beaching, and the terrifying leap of the great dog, serves as the perfect, chilling prelude to the main event, the insidious, overwhelming arrival of an ancient evil entity into the serene, rational, and profoundly vulnerable Victorian world. This is truly where Stoker's genius shines with an almost blinding intensity. Victorian England was a world at the zenith of its power, obsessed with progress, science, rationality, and a firm belief in the ordering principles of civilization. It was an era defined by gaslight, bustling industry, intricate railway networks, burgeoning medicine, and an unwavering faith in empirical evidence. Superstition was something relegated to the distant past, to the uncivilized corners of the globe, to the uneducated masses. It was antithetical to the very spirit of the age. And then, quite literally, this ancient, monstrous, and profoundly supernatural evil crashes onto its shores, defying every single one of those carefully constructed beliefs. Dracula doesn't arrive like a foreign dignitary, stepping off a luxury liner with luggage and passports. He arrives as a primordial force of nature, a disruptor. Chapter 4, The Fading of Lucy Westenra. Alright, my fellow literary adventurers, so we've tracked Dracula's perilous journey across the seas, that silent, monstrous invasion culminating in the chilling arrival of the Demeter at Whitby. We've witnessed the terrifying power of the unknown, the sheer desperation of a crew facing an unseen evil. But while the dark forces were busy charting their course and landing their monstrous cargo, life, in its everyday, beautiful ordinariness, was continuing for our other protagonists. And it's here, in this seemingly idyllic calm, that the true horror begins to unfold. Think about it for a moment. We've just experienced the raw terror of the captain's log, the isolation, the sheer desperation. Now, we're pivoting back to a world of tea parties, seaside strolls, and, perhaps most dangerously, innocent, human love. This stark juxtaposition is precisely what makes Dracula so profoundly unsettling. This is Chapter 4 of our deep dive into Bram Stoker's masterpiece, and we're calling it The Fading of Lucy Westenra. Because if there's one character who embodies the brutal contrast between pure, unblemished life and the insidious creeping shadow of the undead, it is dear Lucy. Her story is, for me, one of the most heartbreaking aspects of the entire novel. When we last properly encountered Mina Murray, she was delighting in her time at Whitby, a charming seaside town, sharing a delightful holiday with her dearest friend, Lucy Westenra. These two young women, living a life of polite society, friendship, and burgeoning romance, represent everything Dracula despises and seeks to corrupt. They are the light, waiting to be extinguished. Their days are filled with the simple pleasures of Victorian life, long walks by the sea, sketching, exchanging heartfelt letters, and dreaming of futures filled with love and domestic bliss. It's a picture of quintessential English innocence, a world ripe for invasion. And speaking of romance, Lucy Westenra, our beautiful, vivacious, and utterly charming blonde, was, shall we say, a highly sought-after commodity. It's a testament to her inherent goodness and captivating spirit that she attracted not one, not two, but 3 utterly devoted suitors. Can you imagine? It reads almost like a Regency romance novel, doesn't it? Except, you know, with more vampires lurking in the shadows. First, there was Arthur Holmwood. Ah, Arthur. The quintessential English gentleman. Noble, kind, wealthy, handsome. He represents the peak of Victorian society's ideals for a suitor. He's got the lineage, the looks, the heart of gold. And he is absolutely, completely, head over heels in love with Lucy. His proposal, when it comes, is everything a young woman of her era could dream of: earnest, respectful, and filled with deep affection. Lucy, deeply in love with him in return, accepts with boundless joy. Their future, in that moment, seems set, bright, and utterly secure. A perfect domestic picture, painted in the golden hues of pure, unadulterated happiness. Arthur, for Lucy, represents stability, comfort, and a shared future built on mutual affection. But Arthur wasn't her only admirer. Oh no. Lucy also had the fervent affections of Dr. John Seward. Now, Dr. Seward is a fascinating character in his own right. He's a brilliant physician, a man of science, the director of a large lunatic asylum, which, let's be honest, is a pretty demanding and psychologically taxing job. He's meticulous, analytical, deeply intelligent. He approaches life with a scientific rigor, constantly observing, documenting, trying to understand the human mind in all its complexities. But beneath that scientific exterior beats a heart full of profound emotion. He, too, proposed to Lucy, offering her a life perhaps less conventional, but certainly one filled with intellectual companionship and deep respect. And she, with her characteristic kindness, had to gently let him down, explaining her love for Arthur. It must have been excruciating for him, to be rejected by the woman he so admired, but what truly speaks to his character is how he handled. But for Lucy, it becomes a terrifying prelude to the unfolding horror. Mina, ever the watchful and devoted friend, tries her best to protect Lucy, locking the door, securing the window, ensuring her friend's safety. But the forces at play here are beyond mere locks and bolts, beyond rational precautions. One particularly eerie night stands out, painted vividly in Mina's journal entries. The fog is thick, clinging to everything like a shroud, muffling the sounds of the town, creating an atmosphere of unsettling quiet. Mina wakes to find Lucy's bed empty. Panic. Absolute, chilling panic. She searches the house, her heart pounding, before racing out into the ghostly Whitby night, the fog distorting shapes, making familiar landmarks alien and menacing. The air itself feels heavy, charged with something unseen. And where does she find Lucy? Not safely tucked in bed, not even wandering innocently through the garden. No. Mina finds her friend sitting on a bench in the churchyard, right on the cliffside, overlooking the tumultuous sea, the ancient gravestones rising like silent sentinels around her. A place charged with death and ancient secrets, a place where the veil between worlds feels thin. And what's more, there's a dark figure bending over her. Imagine that scene, truly visualize it. The dense, otherworldly fog, the crashing waves below, the ancient gravestones, and in the midst of it all, your dear friend, utterly vulnerable, a dark, indistinct shape looming over her. Mina, brave Mina, rushes forward. As she approaches, the figure seems to melt away, vanishing into the mist as if it were never truly there. What she finds is Lucy, still asleep, but with a strange, faint red mark on her throat. 2 small punctures. Lucy herself, when she finally rouses, has only a fragmented, dreamlike recollection. She speaks of a great, dark thing with red eyes and 2 red points of light that seem to press against her throat. Mina, practical and scientific, trying desperately to rationalize the horror, dismisses it as a nightmare, a product of the strange weather and Lucy's sleepwalking tendencies. She wipes away the blood, helps Lucy back to bed, trying to compartmentalize the disturbing encounter. It's what we all do, isn't it? We try to find logical explanations for the inexplicable, especially when it's something so deeply disturbing and outside the bounds of our understanding. But this isn't just a nightmare. This is the first, undeniable touch of Dracula. The encroaching shadow has made its first direct strike, leaving its insidious mark. From that night forward, Lucy begins to fade. And it's heartbreaking to witness through the epistolary format of the novel, through the letters and journal entries of those around her. It's not a sudden, dramatic collapse, but a gradual, insidious draining of her life force. Initially, it's subtle. A slight pallor to her skin. A general lethargy that she can't shake. She complains of feeling weak, of strange, oppressive dreams that leave her more exhausted than refreshed. There's that unexplained little wound on her throat that doesn't quite heal, a tiny point of irritation that no one can quite explain, but which occasionally weeps a small amount of blood. Then, the symptoms escalate. She becomes increasingly anemic, her rosy cheeks turning a ghostly white. Her lips, once full of color and vitality, grow pale and thin. She struggles to breathe, experiences fits of breathlessness and sudden, inexplicable fainting spells. Her appetite vanishes, making her even weaker. She grows weaker and weaker, day by day, her vitality seeping away like sand through an hourglass. The beautiful, vibrant Lucy is slowly becoming a wraith. Mina, frantic with worry, observes this terrifying decline with growing helplessness. She tries everything she can think of: fresh air, nourishing food, constant companionship, but nothing helps. The local doctors are completely baffled. They can offer no diagnosis, no cure, no explanation for this mysterious illness that is literally draining the life out of Lucy Wessonaire. Chapter 5, Science Meets Superstition. Alright everyone, settle in. Grab your favorite beverage, maybe dim the lights a little, because we are about to step into a part of Dracula that truly changes everything. If the previous chapters felt like a slow, creeping dread, preparing us for something monstrous, then this next phase is where that monster starts to make its presence undeniable, even to the most hardened scientific minds. Welcome back to our journey through Bram Stoker's masterpiece. Today, we're diving into Chapter 5, Science Meets Superstition. And let me tell you, this is where the story truly finds its heart, or perhaps, where it finds the lack of one, chillingly so. The goal here is simple: we're introducing a character who will become the intellectual and spiritual backbone of our vampire hunters, Professor Abraham Van Helsing, and we're going to witness the collision of rigid Victorian science with ancient, terrifying beliefs. So, where did we leave off? Poor Lucy Westenra, sweet, innocent Lucy, was rapidly fading. Her vitality draining away, inexplicably, leaving Dr. Seward utterly perplexed and increasingly desperate. He'd tried everything he knew, every modern medical technique available to a brilliant mind like his in the late 19th century. But nothing worked. Lucy was dying, and he didn't know why. Enter our hero, or perhaps, our eccentric intellectual guide, Professor Abraham Van Helsing. Seward, in his utter bewilderment, turns to his old mentor, his former professor, the man he respects above all others for his vast knowledge and sharp intellect. And when Van Helsing arrives, well, he's not quite what you'd expect from a revered academic. Stoker paints him vividly, often through Seward's eyes, who initially finds his mentor's methods unorthodox. Van Helsing is described as a man of 50-odd years, with a sweet-looking old man's mouth, but a square, masterful-looking jaw. He's got an expressive, almost jovial face, but beneath that, there's an intensity, a piercing intelligence that hints at depths few men possess. He's not just a doctor, he's a philosopher, a metaphysician, an expert in arcane knowledge, a polyglot who speaks many languages, and a man whose mind is as open as the vast European skies he often traverses. And that open-mindedness? That's his defining trait, and it's crucial to our story. See, Seward is a man of science, a man of logic. He believes in what he can see, measure, and explain through empirical data. Van Helsing, on the other hand, understands that the universe is far larger, far stranger, and far more terrifying than any one discipline can encompass. He's willing to consider possibilities that would make other Victorian gentlemen scoff and retreat behind their established facts. He's the kind of person who knows that sometimes, the strangest answer is the correct one. He carries with him an air of knowing things that most people dismiss as fairy tales, but for him, they are very real, very dangerous truths. He's not just observing Lucy's physical symptoms, he's looking for patterns, for anomalies that defy rational explanation, and his mind is already, subtly, beginning to piece together a puzzle that Seward can't even begin to conceive. Now, Lucy's condition is dire. She's losing blood at an alarming rate, becoming paler and weaker by the hour. Her lips are almost white, her breath barely a whisper. And this is where the desperate measures truly begin. Van Helsing, recognizing the immediate need, initiates a series of blood transfusions. These aren't just minor top UPS, these are life-saving interventions, draining blood from healthy individuals to replenish Lucy's failing system. The first transfusion comes from Lucy's fiancé, Arthur Holmwood. Imagine the scene: Arthur, filled with love and desperation, giving his very lifeblood to the woman he hopes to marry. It's a powerful, almost sacramental act. For a brief time, it seems to work. Lucy rallies, her color returns, a flicker of her old self shines through. Hope flares, bright and brilliant, in the hearts of those who love her. But the really This isn't just a simple illness, it's as if something is systematically draining her, slowly, relentlessly, and with a monstrous appetite. The doctors are patching a wound they can't see, trying to fill a bucket with a hole in the bottom. And this is where Van Helsing's methods start to diverge wildly from conventional medicine. While he performs the transfusions, the cutting-edge science of his day, his mind is also turning to older, stranger remedies. He begins to instruct the household on what must be done to protect Lucy at night. He demands garlic flowers. Yes, you heard that right. Garlic flowers. He insists that Lucy's room be filled with them, placed around her neck, tucked into the bed curtains, and even scattered on the floor. For Seward, this must have been utterly baffling. Garlic. The strong-smelling bulb used in cooking? What possible scientific efficacy could it have against a draining illness? It makes no sense. But Van Helsing isn't operating purely on conventional science anymore. He is tapping into ancient folklore, into the superstitions that have, for centuries, whispered warnings about creatures of the night. He knows, or at least strongly suspects, that Lucy isn't suffering from a germ or a virus, but from something far older, far more insidious, something that repels the very essence of life and purity. The garlic, in this context, isn't a medicine, it's a ward, a magical shield against an encroaching evil. The struggle to protect Lucy at night becomes a nightly ritual of dread and vigilance. Van Helsing, Seward, and sometimes Arthur or Quincy, take turns watching over her, trying to ensure the garlic remains undisturbed. But there's a problem. Lucy's mother, poor, well-meaning Mrs. Westenra, is a woman of fragile nerves and little understanding of what is truly at stake. She finds the smell of the garlic unbearable, the sight of it peculiar. In her misguided attempts to make her daughter more comfortable, she removes the flowers, believing them to be causing more distress than good. And each time she does, the defenses are breached. Imagine the tension. Van Helsing, with his knowing gaze, quietly reinstalling the garlic, explaining its importance with a gravitas that borders on the spiritual. Seward, internally struggling between his scientific skepticism and his trust in his old mentor, allowing these bizarre rituals to continue because nothing else has worked. And then, the loving but ultimately fatal interference of Mrs. Westenra, unknowingly opening the door for the very evil they are trying to keep out. The nights are a terrifying battle. The doctors stand vigil, exhausted, their nerves frayed. They hear the subtle sounds of the night, the distant howls, the rustling leaves, and every shadow seems to hold a new menace. Despite their desperate efforts, despite the transfusions and the garlic, Lucy continues to suffer. She wakes up weaker, paler, with two tiny, almost imperceptible prick marks on her throat, marks that only Van Helsing seems to truly register, though he doesn't yet vocalize their dreadful significance to Seward. This is the crux of science meets superstition. We have Seward, representing the pinnacle of Victorian scientific thought, trying to fight an unknown enemy with all the tools of his trade, but failing. And then we have Van Helsing, a man of science himself, but one whose mind is open enough to acknowledge that some battles require more than just a microscope and a scalpel. He understands that there are forces at play that transcend the material world, forces that demand a different kind of knowledge, an older, darker wisdom. The clash of ideologies is palpable. Seward respects Van Helsing immensely, but he struggles to reconcile the garlic and the strange superstitions with his logical understanding of the world. Yet, deep down, he trusts his mentor, trusts that Van Helsing knows something he doesn't, something vital. This internal conflict within Seward mirrors the larger struggle of humanity against the unknown. Are we bound only by what we can prove, or must W? Chapter 6, The Blooper Lady. Alright, settle in everyone. Welcome back to our deep dive into the shadowy world of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Today, we're stepping into what is arguably one of the most heart-wrenching and truly horrifying chapters, where tragedy takes an unspeakable turn. We're talking about Chapter 6, The Blooper Lady. Now, up until this point, we've witnessed Lucy Westenra's slow, inexplicable decline. It's been a descent into a kind of beautiful, fragile morbidity, punctuated by desperate, almost experimental medical interventions. Dr. Seward, Van Helsing, Holmwood, Morris, they've all poured their very lifeblood, quite literally, into trying to save her. Transfusion after transfusion, a testament to their love and loyalty, but also, tragically, a testament to their scientific methods proving utterly inadequate against an enemy they couldn't even name. Imagine the scene. The room is heavy with the scent of lilies and the grim reality of a losing battle. Lucy, once so vibrant, so full of life and the promise of youth, is now just a whisper of her former self. Her beauty, though still present, is ethereal, almost spectral. The constant transfusions, as many as 4 in a single day, have done little more than temporarily stem the tide of whatever mysterious force is draining her. Her breathing becomes shallower, her pulse weaker. The men watch, helpless, their hearts breaking with each fading breath. Arthur Holmwood, her fiancé, is a man on the brink, his grief already a palpable presence in the room. He holds her hand, speaks to her, tries to conjure a miracle through sheer will, but it's no use. And then, it happens. Quietly, almost imperceptibly, Lucy Westenra slips away. There's no dramatic gasp, no sudden struggle. Just a gentle fading, a release from suffering that, in any other circumstance, might bring a measure of relief. But here, in the face of such an unnatural illness, it only brings a heavier pall. The men are shattered. Arthur is inconsolable, his world imploding around him. Dr. Seward, ever the scientist, notes the time, the clinical details, but even he is touched by the profound sorrow of losing such a dear friend. Van Helsing, however, remains watchful, his eyes holding a knowledge that none of the others possess, a knowledge that hints at a horror far greater than mere death. Now, here's where the story takes its truly macabre twist, a moment that always sends a shiver down my spine when I revisit it. They bury Lucy. A beautiful, solemn funeral, attended by all who loved her. She looks peaceful in her coffin, serene even. But something is off. Van Helsing, in his quiet vigilance, has already taken steps. He places garlic around her, hangs a crucifix near her, actions that baffle and slightly offend the mourning men, who put it down to his eccentric Dutch customs. But Van Helsing knows. He knows what they don't. And then, the reports begin. Small, innocuous at first, tucked away in the local news sections of the papers. Children in the Hampstead area, where Lucy was buried, are being found pale, weak, with strange, tiny puncture marks on their throats. They're losing blood, but there's no visible wound that would account for it. The parents are terrified, the doctors bewildered. They call it an epidemic, a new, mysterious illness. But the children, in their innocence and their half-dreams, begin to whisper about a bluffer lady. Isn't that just chilling? Bluffer, a child's mispronunciation of beautiful. A beautiful lady who comes to them in the night, with shining eyes and a sweet smile, and offers them a kiss. A kiss that leaves them drained and listless. The term itself is so wonderfully Stoker-esque, capturing the innocent dread that permeates these events. The newspapers, always eager for a sensational story, pick up on it. There are theories about bats, about some new nocturnal animal preying on the weak, about hysteria. But the attacks continue, always in the vicinity of Lucy's grave, always targeting children, always leaving the same telltale marks. Meanwhile, back at the asylum, Dr. Seward is Grapp. Chapter 7, The True Death. Welcome back, dear listeners, to our journey through the shadowy world of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Last time, we left off on a note of chilling dread, as Dr. Van Helsing's suspicions about Lucy Westenra's true death were growing more insistent, more horrifying. The children of London were being targeted, and a terrible pattern was emerging, one that pointed to something ancient, something unholy, something utterly wrong. Today, we delve into a chapter that is, for me, one of the most viscerally impactful and emotionally devastating in the entire novel. This is Chapter 7, The True Death, and it's where we witness the full, terrible extent of what vampirism truly means, not just for its victims, but for those left behind. It's about the emotional and physical destruction of the undead Lucy, and the terrible price paid to reclaim her soul. One detail: the grim visit to the tomb and finding the empty coffin. Imagine, if you will, the scene. It's nighttime again, because of course it is. All the truly dreadful things happen under the shroud of darkness in this story. Van Helsing, his face etched with grim determination, leads the small, somber procession. Dr. Seward, Lord Arthur Holmwood, Lucy's fiancé, his heart still a raw wound, and Quincy Morris, the rugged American, follow him to the Westenra family vault. The air is heavy, thick with unspoken fears and the cold breath of the grave. You can practically feel the chill seeping into your bones just reading it, a palpable sense of foreboding that clings to every word, every shadow. They arrive at the tomb, a place that should be a sanctuary of peace, a final resting place, adorned with marble and flowers. But Van Helsing has already stripped away any pretense of peace. He's convinced them that what lies within isn't peace at all, but a monstrous mockery of it. And yet, for Arthur, this pilgrimage is still tinged with the sacredness of his lost love. He's clinging to the hope, however faint, that Van Helsing is wrong, that Lucy rests undisturbed. It's a desperate, almost illogical hope, born of profound grief. The great slab of the tomb is pushed aside, revealing the dark, echoing interior. The smell of damp earth, decaying flowers, and something else, something stagnant, something wrong, hangs in the air, a scent that prickles at the back of your throat. This isn't just a physical space, it's a psychological one, too. Every shadow seems to hold a new terror, every whisper of the wind sounds like a spectral sigh. Van Helsing, ever the pragmatist, instructs them. His voice is low, firm, almost ritualistic, preparing them for an unholy encounter rather than a solemn viewing. They are here not to mourn, but to confront. And then, the moment of truth. With bated breath, with trepidation, they approach and open Lucy's coffin. And it's empty. Just let that sink in for a moment. An empty coffin. The linen sheets disturbed, the flowers scattered, but Lucy, the beautiful, innocent Lucy, is gone. The shock must have been like a physical blow, a punch to the gut that leaves you breathless. For Arthur, it's not just the confirmation of Van Helsing's terrifying theory, it's the shattering of the last vestiges of his hope. His grief, already so profound, is now twisted into an agonizing horror. The woman he loved, the woman he buried, is not only gone but has been transformed into something unspeakable, a phantom, a walking nightmare. His world, already dark, plunges into an abyss of terror. Van Helsing's face, though grim, carries a faint, terrible vindication. He knew. He warned them. But even he must have felt the cold tendrils of dread curl around his own heart, because seeing it, proving it, is always different from merely suspecting it. He explains, in a hushed, urgent tone, what this means: she is not dead, but undead. She walks. She seeks fresh victims. This is the truth of what has happened. And the weight of those words, in that empty tomb, with the lingering scent of death and the terrifying void of the coffin, must have been suffocating. To narrate the confrontation with the vampiric Lucy and her attempt to seduce Arthur. So, with the horrifying truth laid bare, the real plan begins. Van Helsing knows Lucy will return to her resting place before dawn. They decide to wait. Can you imagine the unbearable tension of that vigil? Huddled in the darkness of the tomb, surrounded by the presence of death, waiting for someone you once loved to return, as a monster. It's an exercise in psychological endurance, a trial by terror. Every creak, every rustle, every imagined movement sends jolts of adrenaline through them. The hours crawl by, each tick of the clock amplifying the silence, the cold. The air grows heavier, charged with anticipation and dread. And then, a sound. A faint rustling, a subtle shift in the night air. A shadow separates itself from the deeper shadows, coalescing into a form. And she appears. She walks into the tomb, not as a ghostly apparition, but with a terrifying, undeniable physicality. Stoker describes her in a way that's both alluring and utterly repulsive. She's more beautiful than ever, yes, but it's a predatory beauty, a languid voluptuousness that drips with dark intent. Her eyes, once soft and loving, now glow with a cold, cruel intelligence, and a hunger that chills you to the bone. The pallor of death is gone, replaced by a flush that is unnatural, a vibrancy that screams of stolen life. Her lips are a deeper red, her teeth, a little too sharp. Her first instinct is to resume her monstrous feast, a child, perhaps, drawn by the scent of fresh innocence. but then her eyes fall upon Arthur. And here, the scene becomes truly heartbreaking, truly twisted. "Arthur, my love, my one true love," she calls out, her voice a siren song, honeyed and laced with a terrifying familiarity. It's Lucy's voice, yes, but distorted, corrupted, imbued with a seductive power that aims straight for his soul. She extends her arms to him, beckoning him closer, her beautiful, predatory mouth curving into a smile that promises both ecstasy and eternal damnation. It's the ultimate betrayal of love, weaponized against the very person who held her dearest. Think about Arthur in this moment. The man is shattered. He sees the woman he loved, the woman he buried, standing before him, more beautiful than ever, calling to him with the voice he cherished. Every fiber of his being, every memory of their love, must have screamed at him to rush into her arms, to comfort her, to hold her. But Van Helsing's warnings, the empty coffin, the chilling gleam in her eyes, they are pulling him in another direction, towards horror, towards revulsion. He's torn. You can almost feel the spiritual tug of war within him, a battle for his very soul. The deep, ingrained love for Lucy battling against the primal, terror-filled understanding of what she has become. He takes a step forward, drawn by that seductive call, almost mesmerized by her horrifying allure, like a moth to a deadly flame. This is Dracula's true power, isn't it? Not just physical strength, but the ability to corrupt love itself, to twist the purest emotions into tools of destruction, to make you complicit in your own undoing. But Van Helsing, ever vigilant, ever resolved, is there. He steps forward, holding up a crucifix, his voice cutting through the seductive spell like a whip. "Back, demon. Back to your unholy grave," he commands, his voice ringing with authority. The crucifix acts as a barrier, forcing Lucy back, her beautiful face contorting into a snarl of frustrated rage. The seduction fails, replaced by animalistic fury. She lunges, not at Arthur now, but at the crucifix, at the sacred symbol that repels her. The others, too, leap into action, protecting Arthur from the creature that was once his beloved. The confrontation is stark, terrifying, and deeply personal for them all, especially for Arthur. 3. Describe the staking of Lucy, a moment of violence that restores her soul's peace. This is where the story pivots from dread to a kind of brutal, necessary heroism. Van Helsing knows what must be done. He has prepared for this, but the act itself is fraught with unimaginable emotional difficulty. He brings forth the tools, a wooden stake, sharpened to a cruel point, and a heavy hammer. This isn't just an execution, it's a ritual, a profound, terrifying act of mercy, steeped in ancient lore and desperate hope. And then comes Van Helsing's most agonizing instruction: Arthur must do it. Yes, Arthur. The man whose heart is already shattered. The man who just moments ago was almost seduced by this monster. He must be the one to drive the stake through the heart of the woman he loves. Van Helsing understands the profound spiritual significance here. It's not just about destroying the creature, it's about reclaiming Lucy's soul, and in doing so, freeing Arthur from the torment of his corrupted love. It's an act of ultimate sacrifice, a desperate, violent manifestation of true love, a love so pure it can commit the most horrific deed to save what remains. He explains, with a voice full of sorrow but unwavering conviction, that this is the only way to grant Lucy peace, to restore her soul. Arthur is horrified. He balks. He can't. How could any man? The thought is utterly repugnant, soul-crushing. But Van Helsing, with the weight of generations of monster-hunting knowledge behind him, insists. He places the hammer in Arthur's trembling hand, guiding him to the stake, which lies ready against Lucy's chest, where her heart once beat purely. The description of the staking itself is, without exaggeration, one of the most harrowing passages in the novel. It is violent, raw, and utterly unflinching. Stoker doesn't shy away from the brutality, the visceral horror of it. Arthur, summoning every ounce of courage, every fragment of his broken will, brings the hammer down. The sound is described with sickening detail. The head of the stake first met with the breast, and there was a mighty spurting of blood, and in the midst of it, as Arthur drew back his hands, there was a horrible, ghastly, agonizing shriek which seemed to tear the very foundations of the tomb apart. Lucy, the beautiful, monstrous Lucy, writhes and contorts. Her body twists in grotesque agony, her eyes wide with a combination of terror and malevolent hatred. It's a moment of horrific violence, a visceral clash between life and undeath, between love and corruption, a true exorcism. It's easy, and perhaps natural, to recoil from the sheer savagery of it. But then, the transformation. As Arthur continues, as the stake pierces deeper, Lucy's screams subside. Her contortions cease. The hideous, predatory beauty drains away, replaced by something utterly different. Her face, once distorted by agony and malice, softens. Her eyes close, and a serene, beautiful expression settles upon her features. The pallor returns, but this time it's the peaceful pallor of a truly dead woman. The unholy flush disappears. She is Lucy again. The innocent, pure Lucy they knew and loved, her spirit finally freed from its monstrous prison. The moment is punctuated by a profound silence. The violence has ended. The creature is gone. And in its place, lies the peaceful form of their beloved friend. It's a moment of terrible sorrow, yes, but also of immense relief. Arthur, utterly spent, collapses, his mission fulfilled, his soul perhaps a little less tormented. The others, too, are shaken, but there's a shared sense of accomplishment, of having performed a necessary, if brutal, act of redemption. This scene, for me, is the heart of Stoker's genius. He doesn't just present a monster, he makes us understand the profound tragedy of its existence, and the terrible price of its destruction. The staking of Lucy is not merely a violent act, it is an act of love, a sacrifice that restores peace to a tormented soul. It forces us to confront the idea that sometimes, the greatest mercy comes wrapped in the M.O. Chapter 8, The Madman and the Master. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. I'm so glad you're here with me today as we dive deeper into the chilling world of Bram Stoker's Dracula. If you've been following along, you know we're on quite a ride. We've journeyed through the harrowing confines of Castle Dracula with Jonathan Harker, witnessed Lucy Westenra's tragic decline, and seen the brilliant, enigmatic Abraham Van Helsing step onto the scene. And now, as the threads begin to converge, we arrive at what I've titled, for our purposes, Chapter 8, The Madman and the Master. This chapter, or rather, this crucial segment of our story, is where the disparate pieces of the puzzle truly begin to snap into place. It's where the seemingly unrelated eccentricities of a certain patient at Dr. Seward's asylum start to make terrifying sense, and where our heroes, our committee of one, as I like to call them, finally understand the colossal, existential threat they face. More importantly, it's the moment they truly unify, transforming from a collection of grief-stricken individuals into a determined, formidable front against the encroaching darkness. Let's start with the madman himself, shall we? Mr. R.M. Renfield. Remember him? Dr. Seward's most fascinating, if deeply unsettling, patient. Renfield, with his peculiar habits, his sudden shifts from terrifying rage to almost childlike subservience, from cunning rationality to utter delusion. But it's his specific brand of madness, his zoophagy, that demands our closest attention, because it's here that the first, most unsettling tendrils of Dracula's influence become apparent. Zoophagy, simply put, is the eating of animals. But Renfield's zoophagy is far more complex, more symbolic, than just a dietary preference. He begins by consuming flies, then spiders that eat the flies, then birds that eat the spiders, and he even expresses a desire to eat a cat, then eventually, he wants to absorb the very life force of humans. It's a macabre, escalating food chain, a perverse mimicry of natural selection, but twisted by a dark, supernatural purpose. Renfield believes that by consuming these living creatures, he can absorb their life force, their energy, their very essence. He meticulously counts them, categorizes them, seeing each consumed creature as a step towards a greater power, a higher form of existence. Now, on the surface, this just seems like profound mental illness, right? And indeed, Dr. Seward analyzes it through a purely medical lens. But Stoker, ever the master of weaving the mundane with the supernatural, is doing something far more insidious here. Renfield's compulsion to absorb life force is a dark mirror, a horrifying echo, of Dracula's own nature. Dracula, the ultimate predator, doesn't just drink blood for sustenance, he takes the very life of his victims, not only prolonging his own existence but, in a way, increasing his power, his dominance. Renfield, unknowingly perhaps, is acting out a human, grotesque version of vampiric consumption. He is, quite literally, reflecting the hunger of his master. Think about it, Renfield's obsessions intensify whenever Dracula is near. His erratic behavior escalates, his demands for larger and more complex forms of life become more urgent. He becomes a barometer, a living, breathing, albeit tormented, seismograph for the Count's presence. He sees the flies, the spiders, not just as food, but as millions of lives, and his longing to consume them, to merge with them, is a desperate, almost pathetic attempt to connect with the ultimate life-taker, to gain some small measure of the power he feels emanating from his unseen master. There are moments, chilling moments, when Renfield's madness seems to break, and a terrifying lucidity shines through. He speaks of the master, he pleads for release, he warns others, even as he himself is irrevocably ensnared. He's not merely insane, he's possessed, not necessarily in the demonic sense, but certainly influenced and controlled by a force beyond human understanding. He is a harbinger, a grotesque prophet, a living test. He recalls Dracula's interest in acquiring property in England, specifically in London, and his strange fixation on having earth transported from his homeland. As Mina diligently sifts through his journal entries, comparing them with contemporary land deeds and shipping manifests, the pieces click into place with an almost sickening precision. They discover that Dracula hasn't just arrived in England to prey randomly. No, this isn't some impulsive monster on a rampage. Dracula is a strategist, a meticulous planner, and a shrewd businessman, in his own terrifying way. He's establishing a network, a series of strongholds throughout the capital. The discovery isn't just that he's bought a property, but that he's acquired multiple estates, all strategically located, and each receiving consignments of those infamous boxes of earth from Transylvania. This revelation is a game changer. It elevates Dracula from a singular threat to a systemic one. It shows that his ambition extends far beyond merely feeding. He intends to establish a permanent presence, to spread his influence, perhaps even to create a new, unholy dominion in the heart of the British Empire. Each property, each box of earth, represents a potential lair, a safe haven where he can retreat during the day, a base from which he can expand his reign of terror. It implies a long-term plan, an insidious plot to infiltrate and corrupt society from within. The sheer audacity, the cold calculation of it, is what truly horrifies the group. This isn't just a monster they can confront in a single castle, this is an entity embedding itself within their very civilization, using the mundane mechanisms of law and commerce to further its supernatural agenda. The battle is no longer just about saving one soul, or even avenging one death, it's about protecting London, and by extension, perhaps the world, from an encroaching darkness that understands human systems as well as it understands the occult. The unification of the group, bolstered by Renfield's unwitting prophecies and the clear, undeniable evidence of Dracula's systematic infiltration, crystallizes their mission. They are no longer merely reactive. They understand the scale of the threat, and with Van Helsing leading the charge, they are prepared to become proactive. The Committee of One has identified their enemy's grand strategy, and now, their own counter-strategy must begin. This chapter, this turning point, sets the stage for the thrilling hunt that will consume the rest of the novel. It solidifies Renfield's tragic, pivotal role as a harbinger, a warning bell sounding the alarm of Dracula's proximity and influence. It underscores the incredible power of shared knowledge and collective will in the face of the unknown. And it paints a truly chilling picture of Dracula not just as a monster of myth, but as a cunning, strategic adversary who understands the rules of the human world even as he seeks to break them. From this point on, the fight is truly on. The stakes are clear, the enemy's methods are clearer still, and our heroes are finally, unequivocally, united. They are ready to face the master. But as we'll see in our next installment, the path ahead is fraught with peril, sacrifice, and unimaginable horror. Thank you so much for joining me today for The Madman and the Master. If you're enjoying this deep dive into Dracula, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Have you ever considered Renfield's soup haggy in this symbolic light? What do you think of Stoker's Committee of One narrative device? I love hearing from you all. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and perhaps, keep a clove of garlic handy. Outro music begins. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. I'm so glad you're here with me today as we dive deeper into the chilling world of Bram Stoker's Dracula. If you've been following along, you know we're on quite a ride. We've journeyed through the harrowing confines of Castle Dracula with Jonathan Harker, witnessed Lucy. He becomes a barometer, a living, breathing, albeit tormented, seismograph for the Count's presence. He sees the flies, the spiders, not just as food, but as millions of lives, and his longing to consume them, to merge with them, is a desperate, almost pathetic attempt to connect with the ultimate life-taker, to gain some small measure of the power he feels emanating from his unseen master. There are moments, chilling moments, when Renfield's madness seems to break, and a terrifying lucidity shines through. He speaks of the master, he pleads for release, he warns others, even as he himself is irrevocably ensnared. He's not merely insane, he's possessed, not necessarily in the demonic sense, but certainly influenced and controlled by a force beyond human understanding. He is a harbinger, a grotesque prophet, a living testament to Dracula's ability to corrupt and control from a distance, long before the vampire makes a physical appearance. He's not just a character, he's a symptom, a warning siren blaring in the heart of London, even if no one can yet fully comprehend its meaning. His tragic end, which we'll discuss later, will solidify his role as a key, if unwilling, player in Dracula's grand, dark symphony. This brings us to the second pivotal development in this segment, the formation of what Van Helsing eloquently calls the Committee of One. And this is where Stoker's genius truly shines through in his narrative structure. Remember, Dracula isn't told from a single perspective. It's a mosaic of journals, letters, telegrams, and newspaper clippings. Up until this point, we, the readers, have had the privileged position of seeing all these pieces. But the characters themselves have been operating in silos, experiencing their own horrors and uncertainties. It's Van Helsing, with his profound understanding of the unusual and the malevolent, who orchestrates the brilliant solution. He gathers everyone, Dr. Seward, Jonathan Harker, Mina Harker, Arthur Holmwood, and Quincy Morris, and proposes they pool their knowledge. They must, he insists, compile their journals, their notes, their every observation, into one coherent narrative. Mina, with her extraordinary intelligence, meticulous nature, and exceptional shorthand skills, becomes the de facto secretary, the weaver of these disparate threads. She transcribes, she organizes, she clarifies. Imagine the scene, these individuals, each carrying their own burden of grief, fear, and confusion, sitting together, reading each other's most private thoughts, their most terrifying experiences. Jonathan Harker, reading about Lucy's final moments, recognizing the very same horror he experienced in Castle Dracula. Dr. Seward, seeing his patient Renfield's madness in a new, chilling light, understanding the unnatural connection. Arthur and Quincy, finally grasping the true, monstrous nature of the force that stole their beloved Lucy. And Mina, perhaps the most courageous of them all, not only processing her husband's trauma but also connecting the dots between Lucy's demise and the events recounted in his journal. This act of sharing, of collaborative storytelling, is more than just a plot device, it's a profound statement on the power of collective knowledge in the face of overwhelming evil. Individually, they are vulnerable, their experiences isolated and easily dismissed as delusion or madness. But together, their combined accounts form an undeniable, terrifying truth. It's the moment they realize they are not alone in their fight, and that the only way to combat such a pervasive, insidious enemy is through unity and shared understanding. This committee of one isn't just a group, it's a living, breathing testament to human resilience and cooperation against the supernatural. It's where individual sorrow transforms into collective purpose. And what is the horrifying truth that emerges from this painstaking compilation of evidence? This brings us to our third crucial point, the chilling realization that Dracula is buying property across London. It's Jonathan Harker, who's me? Chapter 9, The Baptism of Blood. Alright everyone, welcome back to our deep dive into Bram Stoker's Dracula. We've journeyed through the unsettling arrival, the escalating dread, and the slow, insidious creep of terror that has been Dracula's campaign here in London. We've witnessed the subtle manipulations, the horrific transformations, and the desperate, often clumsy, yet determined efforts of our band of heroes to understand and combat a force beyond their wildest imaginings. We've seen Lucy's tragic fate unfold, the initial bewilderment of the doctors, and the slow, dawning horror that has settled over the very fabric of the city, almost like a permanent, chilling fog. But if everything leading up to this point felt like a dark, gathering storm, a palpable pressure building inexorably in the atmosphere, a quiet dread that made the hairs on your neck stand on end, then what we're about to dive into, this truly pivotal Chapter 9, which I've aptly titled The Baptism of Blood, is the moment that storm finally breaks, unleashing its full, terrifying fury. It's not just a turning point in the narrative, it's a brutal, intimate violation, an invasion that irrevocably shifts the balance of power, the very nature of the conflict, and fundamentally, agonizingly alters the fate of our most steadfast, most beloved protagonist, Mina Harker. This is where Dracula, in his ultimate act of defiance and malevolence, makes his most personal, most devastating move, a calculated strike at the very heart of their hope, their sanctuary, their purity. And believe me, the consequences will echo through the remainder of the novel like a haunting, mournful dirge, a constant, painful reminder of what was lost and what is still so desperately at stake. Point 1. The horrific scene, interruption of Dracula feeding blood to Mina. Now, I want you to truly picture this with me, if you can. Try to immerse yourself, not just in the stark visual details presented, but in the profound psychological landscape of that fateful, suffocating night. Our band of heroes, Van Helsing, Jonathan, Arthur, Quincy, Seward, they've been on a desperate hunt, a frantic, grueling scavenger chase through the sprawling, shadowed urban labyrinth of London. They've successfully discovered Dracula's various lairs, those foul, unholy nests scattered across the city, places reeking of decay and unspeakable acts. With a grim, almost fanatical determination, they've purged them with consecrated elements, feeling, for a fleeting, fragile moment, a genuine sense of triumph, of having cornered the beast, of actually pushing back the encroaching darkness that threatened to engulf their entire world. They return to their sanctuary, to the home that should be safe, to the quiet haven that houses the woman who represents purity, strength, unwavering hope, and unwavering moral clarity, Mina Harker. But instead of finding the peace they so desperately craved, instead of the comforting normalcy they'd left behind, they're met with a scene ripped straight from the deepest, most primordial nightmares, a vision of absolute desecration, a violation that stains the very air. The house itself feels wrong the moment they step through the door. The air in Mina's room is heavy, thick with a suffocating, almost tangible atmosphere of dread, corruption, and the faint, cloying, metallic scent of blood. Jonathan, Mina's beloved husband, bursts in first, propelled by some unseen, primal instinct, perhaps a husband's deep, inherent connection to his wife's distress, a psychic alarm sounding in his soul. His scream, not one of rage, or even typical fear, but of utter, soul-shattering horror, a sound of absolute despair, a sound of a man watching his world shatter, slices through the oppressive silence, a sound that would forever haunt his waking moments and echo in the collective memory of the group, a shared trauma. And there she is, Mina, in her delicate night dress, so vulnerable, so pure, so utterly helpless. She's pale, motionless, almost lifeless in her stillness, yet terrifyingly animated in the vile act she is compelled to perform. Dracula stands over her, not in a predatory leap, not in a moment of violent struggle, but in an act of profound, perverse intimacy, a horrifying parody of human connection, a grotesque mockery of love. His eyes, those burning red coals that have haunted their every move, are fixed on her face with an expression that is both triumphant, possessive, and chillingly seductive, utterly devoid of humanity. And then, the sickening, gut-wrenching detail that makes your stomach churn, that makes you want to look away, his wrist, deliberately, almost tenderly, slit open, the dark, viscous blood welling forth, a grotesque offering. And Mina's lips, oh, Mina's lips, pressed against the ghastly wound, drinking the very essence of the monster, imbibing the venom of corruption, being forced to internalize the very evil they are fighting. For me, this isn't just an attack, it's a grotesque parody of a sacrament, a twisted wedding, a dark communion. It's an anti-rite, twisting sacred symbols into instruments of defilement. The imagery is profoundly sexual, deeply invasive, an act of spiritual and physical defilement that transcends mere violence. Dracula isn't just feeding on Mina, as he did with Lucy, reducing her to a hollow shell, he is feeding her. He is forcing her into a vile, unholy union, making her a direct, unwilling participant in her own desecration. He's not just taking, he's giving, but what he gives is a curse, a chain, a poison that slowly binds her to him. This, my friends, is his ultimate victory in London, a moment of profound, insidious triumph. Think about the men's reaction in that agonizing split second. Jonathan, witnessing this unimaginable desecration of his wife, Co. Van Helsing, ever the pragmatic warrior, the one who can think clearly even in the face of such abomination, springs into action, using his crucifix, his consecrated wafer. The moment these holy symbols are thrust forward, Dracula recoils, not with the roar of anger, but with a chilling hiss, a look of malevolent triumph mixed with a fleeting frustration at being interrupted, a dark smile playing on his lips even as he retreats. He vanishes, melting into the shadows, leaving behind a profound stench of decay and a shattered sense of reality. The immediate physical danger is gone, but the damage, oh, the damage has only just begun. The room, once a sanctuary, is now a permanent stage for a profound spiritual trauma, a scar on their collective memory that will never truly fade. Point 2. The psychic link established between Mina and the Count. What Dracula has done here, this unspeakable act, goes far beyond a simple, brutal attack. This, my friends, is the baptism of blood itself, the unholy rite that solidifies his control and, in a twisted stroke of genius, creates an incredibly potent, unexpected weapon against the heroes. By forcing Mina to drink his blood, he establishes a profound, telepathic, and empathic link between them. It's an unholy bond, a perverse echo of intimacy, a dark mirroring of marital union, a connection that binds her to him in a way more insidious and inescapable than any physical chain could ever be. It's a spiritual rape, a merging of essences against her will, a forced communion with evil. From this moment on, Mina is no longer just a potential victim to be rescued, she is a conduit, a living, breathing bridge between their world and his. She can perceive Dracula's thoughts, his movements, his emotional states, though often fragmented, distorted, and agonizingly unclear, like trying to catch whispers on a storm wind, or glimpse shadows in a shifting fog, a constant psychic intrusion. And crucially, chillingly, Dracula can perceive hers. He has, in essence, planted a spy, an unwilling mole, right in the very heart of their operations, in the mind of the woman they love and trust most implicitly. Think about the strategic advantage this gives him. It's almost unfair. This link, this new reality, is an absolute stroke of evil genius on Stoker's part, truly showcasing the Count's cunning. It means that the group, dedicated to hunting Dracula, now carries Dracula within their midst, or at the very least, a part of his insidious influence. Every move they make, every desperate plan they concoct, every whispered strategy, every protective measure they attempt, is potentially compromised by this involuntary connection. Mina becomes both their greatest, most unexpected asset, because she can give them fleeting, invaluable clues to Dracula's whereabouts, acting as a psychic radar, a human homing device when all other leads fail, and simultaneously their greatest, most terrifying vulnerability, because her mind is now a battleground, a fragile vessel constantly assaulted, probed, and tainted by the Count's malevolent presence. What a cruel irony, that their best hope is also their greatest fear, their Achilles heel. For Mina herself, it's a living nightmare, a psychological hell from which there seems to be no escape. She's horrified, not just by the vile act that just transpired, but by the terrifying, inexorable change she feels beginning within her. She can perceive the corruption, the slow, insidious transformation taking root in her very being, like a poison spreading through her veins, chilling her blood. She describes it as a creeping defilement, a stain on her soul, a crushing weight pressing down on her spirit, threatening to erase her very identity, to blot out who she is. Imagine the psychological torment, knowing that a part of the monster lives inside you, that your thoughts are no longer entirely your own, that your dreams are invaded by his presence, that you are being transformed, slowly but surely, day by day, into one of his monstrous minions. It's a fate worse than death for someone as pure, as morally upright, and as deeply spiritual as Mina Harker. And it raises the stakes immensely, infinitely, making the fight far more personal than before. Now, the hunt for Dracula isn't just about saving humanity from a distant, abstract threat, it's about saving Mina's very soul, rescuing her from a corruption that threatens to consume her entirely before she becomes utterly lost to them forever. It's a desperate race against her own internal clock, ticking down to an unimaginable darkness, where Mina Harker ceases to exist and something else, something monstrous, takes her place, an empty, damned vessel. Point 3, the burning of the host, wafer, on Mina's forehead, marking her unclean, in the chaotic, emotionally charged aftermath of Dracula's horrifying departure, with Mina barely conscious, shivering violently with a fever that is both intensely physical and profoundly spiritual. Van Helsing takes another drastic, profoundly harrowing step. It's a moment that, I think, epitomizes his stark pragmatism and his unwavering, almost brutal, commitment to defeating evil, no matter the immediate cost, no matter the pain inflicted. He takes a consecrated host, a communion wafer, blessed and made sacred through ancient rites, representing the body of Christ, divine purity itself, and, with a heavy heart but a firm, unwavering hand, he applies it to Mina's forehead. He knows what he must do, and he knows, with grim certainty, what will happen. And the reaction is immediate, agonizing, and absolutely terrifying in its stark, brutal clarity. The wafer doesn't just rest there, it sears her flesh. It burns. Not just a minor sting or a superficial discomfort, but a searing, agonizing brand, an incandescent pain that goes deeper than skin, deeper than bone, leaving a visible, fiery mark, a blistered, angry wound on her once pristine, pure skin. Mina cries out in a raw, almost animalistic pain, a sound that undoubtedly pierces the hearts of Jonathan and the others, twisting their gut with sorrow, renewed horror, and a crushing sense of helplessness. It's a sound that confirms their worst fears, confirming the profound evil that has been inflicted upon her. This moment, for me, is profoundly symbolic, devastating in its clarity, and rich with theological implication. The consecrated host, a universal symbol of divine purity, of salvation, of the very essence of God's grace, cannot touch Mina without inflicting terrible pain because she has been fundamentally, deeply tainted. She has been made unclean, spiritually, ritually, existentially, by Dracula's vile blood, by that forced, unholy communion. The mark isn't just a physical wound, a temporary burn that will eventually heal, it's a spiritual one, a badge of her new, cursed status, a palpable, burning barrier between her and the sacred, a testament to the unholy union she has been forced into. It's a visible, horrifying manifestation of the corruption that has already begun its insidious work within her, a wound that radiates from her very soul, a mark of otherness, a brand of damnation. Van Helsing's act, while causing immense, undeniable suffering to Mina in that moment, is not one of cruelty. It is, rather, an act of desperate diagnosis, a stark, undeniable warning, a confirmation of their worst fears, but also a crucial piece of information they need to proceed. It confirms, beyond any doubt, the depth of Dracula's defilement and underscores the urgent, almost impossible, nature of the task ahead. It's a moment of devastating clarity for the entire group, but perhaps most of all for Mina herself. She sees the mark, she feels the burn, and she knows, with chilling, soul-crushing certainty, that she is marked. Marked by the beast, set apart from God's grace, at least for now, an exile from the sacred. How do you come back from that? How do you reconcile such a wound? This ritual burning, this searing proof, powerfully reinforces the entire baptism of blood theme. Dracula's ritual was an anti-baptism, an unholy initiation, a perverse inversion of a sacred rite that corrupted her at a fundamental, spiritual level. The host's burning is the undeniable proof, the irreversible physical manifestation of that deep, internal spiritual wound. It transforms Mina Harker, once a serene symbol of domestic tranquility and Victorian womanhood, into a living sacrifice, a walking battlefield upon which the ultimate struggle between good and evil, salvation and damnation, will be waged. It's a terrifying metamorphosis, and one that adds an entirely new, deeply personal layer to the entire conflict, making the fight for Mina's soul indistinguishable from the fight for humanity's future, intertwining their fates irrevocably. This entire sequence, the profound violation, the terrifying establishment of the psychic link, and the agonizing, symbolic burning of the host, truly marks the harrowing climax of the London events in Bram Stoker's Dracula. The Count, having achieved his primary goal of corrupting Mina and, in doing so, creating his ultimate, unforeseen escape route, now begins his withdrawal. He has pushed the boundaries of human endurance, flaunted his monstrous power, and dealt a grievous, almost fatal blow to the heroes' morale and their tactical advantage. He believes he is now unassailable, with an eye and an ear directly within their camp, privy to their deepest secrets and most desperate plans. He has proven his dominance, asserted his malevolent will. But in his arrogant triumph, his overconfidence, he also tragically underestimates the collective will, the unwavering determination, and the sheer ingenuity of Van Helsing's group. They may be deeply wounded, horrified to their very core, and facing an unprecedented, seemingly insurmountable challenge, but they are not broken. Far from it. Instead, Mina's forced, cursed connection, this very psychic link, becomes a double-edged sword of immense power, a burden, and a blessing. It offers them their only real hope of tracking the elusive Count, of predicting his moves, of understanding his monstrous intent and motivations, even as it constantly threatens to see. Chapter 9, The Baptism of Blood. Alright everyone, welcome back to our deep dive into Bram Stoker's Dracula. We've journeyed through the unsettling arrival, the escalating dread, and the slow, insidious creep of terror that has been Dracula's campaign here in London. We've witnessed the subtle manipulations, the horrific transformations, and the desperate, often clumsy, yet determined efforts of our band of heroes to understand and combat a force beyond their wildest imaginings. We've seen Lucy's tragic fate unfold, the initial bewilderment of the doctors, and the slow, dawning horror that has settled over the very fabric of the city, almost like a permanent, chilling fog. But if everything leading up to this point felt like a dark, gathering storm, a palpable pressure building inexorably in the atmosphere, a quiet dread that made the hairs on your neck stand on end. Then what we're about to dive into, this truly pivotal chapter 9, which I've aptly titled The Baptism of Blood, is the moment that storm finally breaks, unleashing its full, terrifying fury. It's not just a turning point in the narrative, it's a brutal, intimate violation, an invasion that irrevocably shifts the balance of power, the very nature of the conflict, and fundamentally, agonizingly alters the fate of our most steadfast, most beloved protagonist, Mina Harker. This is where Dracula, in his ultimate act of defiance and malevolence, makes his most personal, most devastating move, a calculated strike at the very heart of their hope, their sanctuary, their purity. And believe me, the consequences will echo through the remainder of the novel like a haunting, mournful dirge, a constant, painful reminder of what was lost and what is still so desperately at stake. Point 1. The horrific scene, interruption of Dracula feeding blood to Mina. Now, I want you to truly picture this with me, if you can. Try to immerse yourself, not just in the stark visual details presented, but in the profound psychological landscape of that fateful, suffocating night. Our band of heroes, Van Helsing, Jonathan, Arthur, Quincy, Seward, they've been on a desperate hunt, a frantic, grueling scavenger chase through the sprawling, shadowed urban labyrinth of London. They've successfully discovered Dracula's various lairs, those foul, unholy nests scattered across the city, places reeking of decay and unspeakable acts. With a grim, almost fanatical determination, they've purged them with consecrated elements, feeling, for a fleeting, fragile moment, a genuine sense of triumph, of having cornered the beast, of actually pushing back the encroaching darkness that threatened to engulf their entire world. They return to their sanctuary, to the home that should be safe, to the quiet haven that houses the woman who represents purity, strength, unwavering hope, and unwavering moral clarity, Mina Harker. But instead of finding the peace they so desperately craved, instead of the comforting normalcy they'd left behind, they're met with a scene ripped straight from the deepest, most primordial nightmares, a vision of absolute desecration, a violation that stains the very air. The house itself feels wrong the moment they step through the door. The air in Mina's room is heavy, thick with a suffocating, almost tangible atmosphere of dread, corruption, and the faint, cloying, metallic scent of blood. Jonathan, Mina's beloved husband, bursts in first, propelled by some unseen, primal instinct, perhaps a husband's deep, inherent connection to his wife's distress, a psychic alarm sounding in his soul. His scream, not one of rage, or even typical fear, but of utter, soul-shattering horror, a sound of absolute despair, a sound of a man watching his world shatter, slices through the oppressive silence, a sound that would forever haunt his waking moments and echo in the collective memory of the group, a shared trauma. And there she is, Mina, in her delicate night dress, so vulnerable, so pure, so utterly helpless. She's pale, motionless, almost lifeless in her stillness, yet terrifyingly animated in the vile act she is compelled to perform. Dracula stands over her, not in a predatory leap, not in a moment of violent struggle, but in an act of profound, perverse intimacy, a horrifying parody of human connection, a grotesque mockery of love. His eyes, those burning red coals that have haunted their every move, are fixed on her face with an expression that is both triumphant, possessive, and chillingly seductive, utterly devoid of humanity. And then, the sickening, gut-wrenching detail that makes your stomach churn, that makes you want to look away, his wrist, deliberately, almost tenderly, slit open, the dark, viscous blood welling forth, a grotesque offering. And Mina's lips, oh, Mina's lips, pressed against the ghastly wound, drinking the very essence of the monster, imbibing the venom of corruption, being forced to internalize the very evil they are fighting. For me, this isn't just an attack, it's a grotesque parody of a sacrament, a twisted wedding, a dark communion. It's an anti-rite, twisting sacred symbols into instruments of defilement. The imagery is profoundly sexual, deeply invasive, an act of spiritual and physical defilement that transcends mere violence. Dracula isn't just feeding on Mina, as he did with Lucy, reducing her to a hollow shell, he is feeding her. He is forcing her into a vile, unholy union, making her a direct, unwilling participant in her own desecration. He's not just taking, he's giving, but what he gives is a curse, a chain, a poison that slowly binds her to him. This, my friends, is his ultimate victory in London, a moment of profound, insidious triumph. Think about the men's reaction in that agonizing split second. Jonathan, witnessing this unimaginable desecration of his wife, Van Helsing, ever the pragmatic warrior, the one who can think clearly even in the face of such abomination, springs into action, using his crucifix, his consecrated wafer. The moment these holy symbols are thrust forward, Dracula recoils, not with a roar of anger, but with a chilling hiss, a look of malevolent triumph mixed with a fleeting frustration at being interrupted, a dark smile playing on his lips even as he retreats. He vanishes, melting into the shadows, leaving behind a profound stench of decay and a shattered sense of reality. The immediate physical danger is gone, but the damage, oh, the damage has only just begun. The room, once a sanctuary, is now a permanent stage for a profound spiritual trauma, a scar on their collective memory that will never truly fade. Point 2. The psychic link established between Mina and the Count. What Dracula has done here, this unspeakable act, goes far beyond a simple, brutal attack. This, my friends, is the baptism of blood itself, the unholy rite that solidifies his control and, in a twisted stroke of genius, creates an incredibly potent, unexpected weapon against the heroes. By forcing Mina to drink his blood, he establishes a profound, telepathic, and empathic link between them. It's an unholy bond, a perverse echo of intimacy, a dark mirroring of marital union, a connection that binds her to him in a way more insidious and inescapable than any physical chain could ever be. It's a spiritual rape, a merging of essences against her will, a forced communion with evil. From this moment on, Mina is no longer just a potential victim to be rescued, she is a conduit, a living, breathing bridge between their world and his. She can perceive Dracula's thoughts, his movements, his emotional states, though often fragmented, distorted, and agonizingly unclear, like trying to catch whispers on a storm wind, or glimpse shadows in a shifting fog, a constant psychic intrusion. And crucially, chillingly, Dracula can perceive hers. He has, in essence, planted a spy, an unwilling mole, right in the very heart of their operations, in the mind of the woman they love and trust most implicitly. Think about the strategic advantage this gives him. It's almost unfair. This link, this new reality, is an absolute stroke of evil genius on Stoker's part, truly showcasing the Count's cunning. It means that the group, dedicated to hunting Dracula, now carries Dracula within their midst, or at the very least, a part of his insidious influence. Every move they make, every desperate plan they concoct, every whispered strategy, every protective measure they attempt, is potentially compromised by this involuntary connection. Mina becomes both their greatest, most unexpected asset, because she can give them fleeting, invaluable clues to Dracula's whereabouts, acting as a psychic radar, a human homing device when all other leads fail, and simultaneously their greatest, most terrifying vulnerability, because her mind is now a battleground, a fragile vessel constantly assaulted, probed, and tainted by the Count's malevolent presence. What a cruel irony, that their best hope is also their greatest fear, their Achilles heel. For Mina herself, it's a living nightmare, a psychological hell from which there seems to be no escape. She's horrified, not just by the vile act that just transpired, but by the terrifying, inexorable change she feels beginning within her. She can perceive the corruption, the slow, insidious transformation taking root in her very being, like a poison spreading through her veins, chilling her blood. She describes it as a creeping defilement, a stain on her soul, a crushing weight pressing down on her spirit, threatening to erase her very identity, to blot out who she is. Imagine the psychological torment, knowing that a part of the monster lives inside you, that your thoughts are no longer entirely your own, that your dreams are invaded by his presence, that you are being transformed, slowly but surely, day by day, into one of his monstrous minions. It's a fate worse than death for someone as pure, as morally upright, and as deeply spiritual as Mina Harker. And it raises the stakes immensely, infinitely, making the fight far more personal than before. Now, the hunt for Dracula isn't just about saving humanity from a distant, abstract threat, it's about saving Mina's very soul, rescuing her from a corruption that threatens to consume her entirely before she becomes utterly lost to them forever. It's a desperate race against her own internal clock, ticking down to an unimaginable darkness, where Mina Harker ceases to exist and something else, something monstrous, takes her place, an empty, damned vessel. Point 3, the burning of the host, wafer, on Mina's forehead, marking her unclean, in the chaotic, emotionally charged aftermath of Dracula's horrifying departure, with Mina barely conscious, shivering violently with a fever that is both intensely physical and profoundly spiritual. Van Helsing takes another drastic, profoundly harrowing step. It's a moment that, I think, epitomizes his stark pragmatism and his unwavering, almost brutal, commitment to defeating evil, no matter the immediate cost, no matter the pain inflicted. He takes a consecrated host, a communion wafer, blessed and made sacred through ancient rites, representing the body of Christ, divine purity itself, and, with a heavy heart but a firm, unwavering hand, he applies it to Mina's forehead. He knows what he must do, and he knows, with grim certainty, what will happen. And the reaction is immediate, agonizing, and absolutely terrifying in its stark, brutal clarity. The wafer doesn't just rest there, it sears her flesh. It burns. Not just a minor sting or a superficial discomfort, but a searing, agonizing brand, an incandescent pain that goes deeper than skin, deeper than bone, leaving a visible, fiery mark, a blistered, angry wound on her once pristine, pure skin. Mina cries out in a raw, almost animalistic pain, a sound that undoubtedly pierces the hearts of Jonathan and the others, twisting their gut with sorrow, renewed horror, and a crushing sense of helplessness. It's a sound that confirms their worst fears, confirming the profound evil that has been inflicted upon her. This moment, for me, is profoundly symbolic, devastating in its clarity, and rich with theological implication. The consecrated host, a universal symbol of divine purity, of salvation, of the very essence of God's grace, cannot touch Mina without inflicting terrible pain because she has been fundamentally, deeply tainted. She has been made unclean, spiritually, ritually, existentially, by Dracula's vile blood, by that forced, unholy communion. The mark isn't just a physical wound, a temporary burn that will eventually heal, it's a spiritual one, a badge of her new, cursed status, a palpable, burning barrier between her and the sacred, a testament to the unholy union she has been forced into. It's a visible, horrifying manifestation of the corruption that has already begun its insidious work within her, a wound that radiates from her very soul, a mark of otherness, a brand of damnation. Van Helsing's act, while causing immense, undeniable suffering to Mina in that moment, is not one of cruelty. It is, rather, an act of desperate diagnosis, a stark, undeniable warning, a confirmation of their worst fears, but also a crucial piece of information they need to proceed. It confirms, beyond any doubt, the depth of Dracula's defilement and underscores the urgent, almost impossible, nature of the task ahead. It's a moment of devastating clarity for the entire group, but perhaps most of all for Mina herself. She sees the mark, she feels the burn, and she knows, with chilling, soul-crushing certainty, that she is marked. Marked by the beast, set apart from God's grace, at least for now, an exile from the sacred. How do you come back from that? How do you reconcile such a wound? This ritual burning, this searing proof, powerfully reinforces the entire baptism of blood theme. Dracula's ritual was an anti-baptism, an unholy initiation, a perverse inversion of a sacred rite that corrupted her at a fundamental, spiritual level. The host's burning is the undeniable proof, the irreversible physical manifestation of that deep, internal spiritual wound. It transforms Mina Harker, once a serene symbol of domestic tranquility and Victorian womanhood, into a living sacrifice, a walking battlefield upon which the ultimate struggle between good and evil, salvation and damnation, will be waged. It's a terrifying metamorphosis, and one that adds an entirely new, deeply personal layer to the entire conflict, making the fight for Mina's soul indistinguishable from the fight for humanity's future, intertwining their fates irrevocably. This entire sequence, the profound violation, the terrifying establishment of the psychic link, and the agonizing, symbolic burning of the host, truly marks the harrowing climax of the London events in Bram Stoker's Dracula. The Count, having achieved his primary goal of corrupting Mina and, in doing so, creating his ultimate, unforeseen escape route, now begins his withdrawal. He has pushed the boundaries of human endurance, flaunted his monstrous power, and dealt a grievous, almost fatal blow to the heroes' morale and their tactical advantage. He believes he is now unassailable, with an eye and an ear directly within their camp, privy to their deepest secrets and most desperate plans. He has proven his dominance, asserted his malevolent will. But in his arrogant triumph, his overconfidence, he also tragically underestimates the collective will, the unwavering determination, and the sheer ingenuity of Van Helsing's group. They may be deeply wounded, horrified to their very core, and facing an unprecedented, seemingly insurmountable challenge, but they are not broken. Far from it. Instead, Mina's forced, cursed connection, this very psychic link, becomes a double-edged sword of immense power. Chapter 10, Hunting the Shadow. Hello, my dear readers and listeners, and welcome back to our deep dive into Bram Stoker's immortal masterpiece, Dracula. If you've been with us since the beginning, you know we've traversed some dark and harrowing paths already. We've witnessed the horrifying descent of Lucy Westenra, a tragedy that pierced the very heart of this story and left an indelible mark on our heroes. We've seen the grim realization dawn upon Jonathan Harker, who now carries the weight of his own terrible experiences in the Count's castle. And we've seen the rallying of an unlikely, yet profoundly determined, band of heroes under the brilliant, if wonderfully eccentric, leadership of Professor Abraham Van Helsing. Today, we step into a new, electrifying phase of this epic struggle, a part of the story that, for me, truly elevates Dracula beyond a simple Gothic horror novel and transforms it into a gripping, tactical thriller. We're moving from the defensive, from being mere victims reacting to an unseen terror, to becoming the hunters. This, my friends, is Chapter 10, Hunting the Shadow. The game has profoundly changed. Dracula, in his monstrous hunger and arrogance, has shown his hand, however subtly. He's left a devastating trail of terror and sorrow across England, claiming Lucy, and threatening countless others. But in doing so, he's also left clues, vulnerabilities, tiny threads that Van Helsing, with his unparalleled knowledge of the occult, is uniquely positioned to pull. The objective? To meticulously sanitize Dracula's layers, to systematically dismantle his terrifying power base in England, and to drive him, like a hunted animal, from these sacred shores. It's a cat and mouse game, yes, but one played with ancient rules, holy relics, and a desperate, ticking clock urgency that grips you by the throat. The systematic destruction of the boxes of Earth. So, let's cast our minds back and imagine, if you will, the scene in those tense, smoke-filled rooms where the strategy was forged. The heroes Jonathan Harker, still visibly scarred by his ordeal in Transylvania, yet now burning with a cold, righteous fury and an intimate understanding of their foe. Lord Godalming, Arthur Holmwood, grappling with the fresh, agonizing wound of his beloved Lucy's demise, his grief hardening into an unyielding resolve. Quincy Morris, the rugged, pragmatic American, whose steady hand and unwavering courage are a vital anchor. Dr. John Seward, the asylum doctor, whose scientific mind has been stretched to its absolute limits, now forced to accept the unbelievable realities of the supernatural. And, of course, Van Helsing himself, the brilliant orchestrator, the mind that pieces together the scattered fragments of ancient lore and modern horror. And let's not forget Mina Murray, soon to be Mina Harker, whose keen intellect, meticulous organizational skills, and pure heart prove to be an invaluable asset, even if she's shielded from the most horrific details initially. This isn't a band of conventional warriors in shining armor, it's a diverse group, forged in the crucible of shared grief, profound fear, and an unyielding will to fight back against an ancient evil. Van Helsing, with his incredible foresight and encyclopedic understanding of vampire lore, knew the Count's greatest, most fundamental weakness in a foreign land, his absolute reliance on his native soil. Dracula needs his Transylvanian earth, contained within those 50 wooden boxes that arrived on the Demeter, to regenerate, to regain his monstrous strength, and crucially, to rest safely during the daylight hours. This isn't just about finding Dracula, it's about denying him sanctuary. It's about pulling the very ground from beneath his clawed feet, stripping away his power sources one by one. The plan was audacious, meticulous, and brilliant in its terrifying simplicity, yet horrifying in its potential consequences. They had painstakingly tracked the arrival of those 50 boxes to various locations across London. The ship's log from the ill-fated Demeter provided the initial, crucial intel: dead. It's not a dramatic explosion or a blinding flash of light that accompanies this act. It's a quiet, almost spiritual act of defiance, a sacred desecration. But its impact is devastating to the Count. Each box purified is one less refuge for the monster, one less place for him to regenerate, to escape the light of day. Each act chips away at his carefully constructed empire in England, eroding his power and his confidence. For the heroes, it's a grueling, emotionally taxing task, a constant reminder of the darkness they face. Jonathan, in particular, must have felt a visceral connection to this act, remembering his own imprisonment in Dracula's castle, the foreign earth beneath his feet, a constant, crushing reminder of his captivity. They worked tirelessly, meticulously, driven by a desperate hope. One by one, the boxes are located, opened, and rendered utterly useless to the creature of the night. The tension, however, never dissipates. Dracula is still out there. He's a being of immense cunning and ancient power, and he's almost certainly aware that his havens are being compromised. This isn't a guarantee of victory, it's simply a way to tip the scales, to force his hand, to drive him into the open. The true, terrifying confrontation is still to come. The tense confrontation at Piccadilly, as the number of safe layers dwindled to a terrifying few, the sense of urgency intensified to an almost unbearable pitch. The net was closing. Their painstaking, dangerous work led them to a house in Piccadilly, an unassuming residence amidst the bustling, indifferent heart of London. This was it. This was where the last known unsanitized box was. This was where they expected to finally, desperately corner the beast. The air around Piccadilly Circus is usually vibrant, alive with the ceaseless sounds of the city, carriages rattling, vendors calling, thousands of lives intersecting. But for our heroes, as they approached that specific house, the world must have fallen silent around them. The only sound was the thumping of their own hearts, the heavy, shallow breathing of men preparing for the unthinkable, the nervous creak of their own shoes on the pavement. Dread hung heavy in the air, a palpable, suffocating blanket. They knew, with a certainty that chilled them to the bone, that they were walking into the dragon's maw. They entered the house cautiously, weapons ready, Van Helsing with his crucifix clutched tight, leading the way, his face a mask of grim determination. The house was dark, still, filled with an eerie, expectant silence that promised either absolute emptiness or immediate, horrific terror. They found the room, a shadowy chamber filled with the dust of disuse, and there it was, the last box. A surge of desperate hope, quickly followed by a chilling, gut-wrenching realization. The box was open. It was empty. Dracula was not inside. He was there. He was awake. And he was very, very angry. A primal, ancient anger that stretched back centuries. And just as that horrifying truth settled upon them, just as the cold dread gripped their souls, he appeared. Not with a grand entrance, not with theatrics or a slow, menacing reveal, but suddenly, terrifyingly, a shadow solidifying from the deeper shadows of the room. Bram Stoker's description of Dracula's rage in this moment is truly something to behold. This isn't the urbane, seductive, calculating Count from the beginning of the novel, charming and deceptive. This is a cornered animal, an ancient predator, primal and radiating pure, unadulterated fury. His eyes burned with an incandescent, malevolent red, his fangs glistened menacingly, and a guttural snarl ripped from his throat, a sound that must have curdled the blood in their veins, echoing with centuries of unchecked power. He saw the desecrated box, the remnants of the holy wafer scattered amidst his sacred earth. He understood immediately, in a flash of terrible comprehension, what they had done. This was an invasion, a violation of his most sacred spaces, his lifeblood in this foreign land. His carefully laid PL. This wasn't just a game, it was a fight for their very souls, for the soul of England itself, and indeed, for all humanity. Dracula's decision to flee England, in the harrowing aftermath of the Piccadilly confrontation, the adrenaline that had pumped through their veins would have slowly, agonizingly receded, leaving behind an aching weariness, a profound emotional exhaustion, but also a renewed, hardened resolve. They had wounded him. They had driven him from his last known sanctuary in London. The immediate relief that London was, for the moment, free from his direct, horrifying depredations, must have been immense. But it was quickly overshadowed by the chilling realization that Dracula was still out there, free, and undoubtedly planning his next, even more terrible, move. And what a next move it was. This is where Stoker truly twists the knife, my friends. For Dracula, the Piccadilly incident was a stark, undeniable message, a burning brand upon his ego. England was no longer safe for him. His havens, painstakingly established over months, were systematically compromised, rendered useless. His power, reliant on the cover of darkness and the sanctity of his native soil, had been directly challenged and severely diminished. He had been burned by the holy, cut by mortal steel, and humiliated by a handful of determined, unwavering humans. This wasn't a mere tactical oversight, this was a complete, agonizing unraveling of his carefully constructed dominion in the heart of the empire. A lesser creature, a lesser monster, might have despaired, or perhaps redoubled its efforts to regain ground, to lash out blindly. But Dracula, for all his monstrousness, for all his primal evil, is also a brilliant, ancient strategist, a survivor of centuries of conflict and change. He understood the concept of a strategic retreat. England, for now, was a lost cause, a dangerous battlefield where his advantages had been neutralized. His immediate, overriding priority would be to return to his ancestral lands, to the vast, wild, untamed embrace of Transylvania, where his power was absolute, where the very mountains and forests were infused with his dark essence. He would regroup, regain his strength, and exact his terrible, centuries-old revenge from the safety of his homeland. But before he fled, before he slipped away like the shadow he truly was, Dracula made one last, horrifying statement of intent. He went to Mina. This, my friends, is where the story takes an even more personal, and deeply disturbing, turn, twisting the knot of dread tighter around our hearts. Dracula, weakened but still incredibly powerful, still utterly malevolent, forces his way into Mina's room. He assaults her, not physically in the conventional sense of violence, but spiritually and supernaturally, in a way far more insidious and terrifying. He forces her to drink his accursed blood, creating an unholy, psychic link between them. This act is pure, unadulterated evil. It's a violation that marks Mina, cursing her, slowly but surely turning her into one of his own, condemning her to become a creature of the night, unless he is utterly destroyed. It's a chilling reminder that even in retreat, even when seemingly on the back foot, he is capable of immense, insidious cruelty and strategic malice. He leaves a piece of himself within her, a spy in the enemy camp, a living, breathing tracking device, but also a ticking clock, a horrifying, inescapable deadline for our heroes. His flight from England isn't a surrender, it's a cunning re-strategizing, a regrouping. He intends to return to his ancient castle, to the dark traditions, to the land that birthed him and nurtured his evil for so long. But he leaves Mina as his terrible insurance policy, a constant, agonizing reminder to the heroes of the intimate, horrifying connection between her fate and his own. Her slow transformation is a weapon against them, a psychological torture. For our band of heroes, the realization that Dracula had fled, that he was returning to the brooding, mysterious depths of Transylvania, Muse. Chapter 11, The Race Against Sunset. Alright, welcome back, fellow travelers into the heart of the Gothic. If you've been following along, you know we left off with a cliffhanger, a sickening blow to the gut of our heroes. Dracula, the insidious architect of their suffering, had slipped through their fingers, leaving behind a chilling void. The very earth he required for sustenance, those crucial boxes of Transylvanian soil, the anchors of his unholy power, were on their way back to his ancient, unholy domain. London, once a city of promise and safety, now felt tainted, too small to contain the enormity of their failure. The air still thick with the lingering chill of his presence, the dread of his departure hung heavy over their weary souls. But here's the thing about our intrepid band, they don't give up. Not when so much is at stake, not when the very soul of one of their dearest hangs in the balance. This, my friends, is where our story shifts gears entirely, a desperate sprint against time and destiny. This is Chapter 11, The Race Against Sunset. Imagine the scene: a makeshift war council, convened in the grim aftermath of Dracula's escape. Weary faces, etched with exhaustion and frustration, but also with a grim, unshakable resolve, reflected in the flickering gaslight. Van Helsing, his eyes still burning with that fierce, intellectual fire, lays out the cold, hard truth with a chilling clarity that cuts through their despair. Dracula isn't just fleeing, he's retreating to his stronghold, to a place where his power is absolute, where the rules of man and God often bend to his will. If he makes it back to his castle in the Carpathians, if he can secure those final boxes of earth within its ancient, unholy walls, then all hope for Mina Harker, and perhaps for humanity itself, might be irrevocably lost. The weight of that pronouncement hung in the air, a pall more suffocating than any London fog. So, the plan. And it's a daring one, a desperate gamble against time and supernatural forces. They know Dracula's primary route for his earthly vessels, by sea, through the treacherous Dardanelles, into the vast, brooding expanse of the Black Sea, and then up the river to Galatz, a bustling port town in Romania, where his boxes of earth would be transported inland towards his mountain lair. It's a slow route for the boxes, yes, ponderous and predictable. But Dracula himself is not bound by such mortal conveyances. He could travel swifter, unseen, a shadow flitting across continents, transforming into mist or bat, a constant, unseen threat. Van Helsing, with his strategic brilliance, proposes a bold, two-pronged attack, splitting their already small, vulnerable party. It's a risky move, dividing their strength, exposing them to greater individual peril, but it's their only chance to intercept Dracula before he reaches his ultimate sanctuary. They have to cut him off at the pass, literally and figuratively. Jonathan Harker, still reeling from the psychological torment of his initial encounter with the Count, but now tempered and hardened by a fierce love for Mina and a burning thirst for vengeance, would go by the swifter, more direct land route. He, alongside the steadfast Dr. Seward, whose medical mind was now keenly focused on the vampiric contagion, and the ever-resourceful, quick-wit Texan, Quincy Morris, would race across Europe by train. Their mission? To get to Galatz ahead of Dracula's ship, the Demeter, to intercept those boxes of earth. To deny him his unholy sustenance, his sanctuary, the very ground he needs to replenish his monstrous strength and secure his dominion. It's a relentless chase, a blur of steam and railway lines, cutting across vast, ever-changing landscapes, each clickety-clack of the wheels a beat in the accelerating rhythm of their desperate pursuit. They would move like lightning, fueled by desperation and a dwindling hope. Meanwhile, Van Helsing takes on the most delicate, and arguably the most dangerous, part of the mission. He would accompany Mina Harker. Their route? A different land journey, one that would eventuate. Imagine that horror, my friends. To be bound to your tormentor, to unwillingly witness his progress, to feel the chilling cold of his journey, to hear the sloshing of the waves against his coffin, to sense the claustrophobic darkness of his temporary resting place. It's a psychological torture of unimaginable proportions, a forced empathy with pure evil, yet Mina endures it. She endures it, not just for herself, but for Jonathan, for her friends, for all of them, for the fate of every soul potentially threatened by this monster. Each hypnotic trance is a descent into a shared nightmare, a vital intelligence brief that guides their desperate pursuit. He is on the water, she might whisper, eyes glazed over, voice thin and distant. He feels the chill of the Black Sea, the creak of the ship. Or, he is near land now, a river. Galatz. I feel the stench of the docks. These fragmented visions, these chilling glimpses into the monster's mind, are their only compass, their only means of tracking a foe who can shape-shift, disappear, and move with unnatural, terrifying speed. It's a macabre form of remote viewing, a horrifying partnership with the enemy. As our heroes press eastward, leaving the familiar, albeit now tarnished, comforts of Western Europe behind, the world around them begins to change. The landscape itself becomes a character, a formidable adversary. They are entering the wild, untamed regions closer to Transylvania, the very heart of ancient superstitions and primal fears. It's late autumn, early winter, and the air bites with a cruel, relentless cold that gnaws at their bones and seeps into their very souls. Snow begins to fall, dusting the rugged mountains, transforming the familiar world into a stark, white wilderness, making the paths treacherous, blurring the lines between safety and peril, between reality and nightmare. The wind howls like a banshee, a mournful, hungry sound whipping through the desolate passes, carrying with it a sense of ancient, primal fear, a warning that they are treading on hallowed, cursed ground. The forests grow denser, darker, their gnarled, skeletal fingers stretching towards a perpetually gray sky. And with the snow and the cold come the wolves. Oh, the wolves. Bram Stoker uses them with such chilling precision, not just as wild animals, but as something far more sinister. They are instruments of Dracula's will, extensions of his power, his dark familiars. Their howls, long and mournful, echo through the valleys, a constant, unsettling reminder of the proximity of the supernatural, of the Count's dark dominion. Their glowing eyes in the darkness, their predatory hunger, add another layer of terror to an already desperate situation. Every shadow seems to hold a threat, every gust of wind a whisper of ancient evil, a premonition of lurking horror. They are being hunted, even as they hunt. The race is no longer just against Dracula, but against the very elements, against the encroaching darkness of the season, and most critically, against Mina's own biological clock. Her transformation is accelerating, a terrifying countdown. They notice subtle, horrifying changes, her increasing aversion to natural food, her unnatural strength in moments of agitation, the way her reflection seems to waver, the deepening pallor of her skin. There's a palpable sense of urgency, a tightening knot of dread in the pit of their stomachs. They have to stop him. They have to save her soul before she becomes a creature of the night herself, a soulless echo of the woman they love, forever damned to an eternity of unholy existence. This isn't just a pursuit, it's a frantic dash against the ultimate deadline. Each sunrise brings a brief, temporary respite for Dracula, a chance for him to regenerate, to solidify his hold. Each sunset plunges Mina deeper into the abyss, strengthening her connection to him, eroding her humanity, dimming the light of her soul. The stakes couldn't be higher. This desperate chase across a frozen, hostile landscape, guided by the terrifying, fragmented visions of a woman slowly. Chapter 12, Final Confrontation. Alright, welcome back, my friends. You've been with us through so much already, haven't you? Through the creeping dread, the relentless pursuit, the harrowing nights, and the dawning, fragile hopes. We've journeyed from the bustling streets of London, across the choppy English Channel, and now, finally, to the wild, untamed heart of Transylvania. We're at the precipice, the very edge of the abyss, and there's no turning back. This is it. This is Chapter 12, the final confrontation. If you've been following along, you know the score. Dracula, weakened but still a force of ancient evil, is being transported back to his ancestral castle in a final, desperate dash for the sanctuary of his unhallowed ground. Our band of heroes, Van Helsing, the wise and weary leader, Jonathan Harker, driven by a fury born of his own past trauma, Dr. Seward, the rational mind now fully committed to the supernatural, Lord Godalming, the stalwart, aristocratic pillar, Mina, the heart and soul of their mission, a beacon against the encroaching darkness, and our beloved Quincy Morris, the adventurous, pragmatic American. They've been hot on his trail. It's been a race against time, against the setting sun, against the very forces of damnation. And now, as the icy winds of the Borgo Pass whip around them, as the peaks of the Carpathian Mountains loom like jagged teeth against a bruised sky, they see it. The castle. Dracula's castle. And there, just before the ominous gates, a sight that chills them to the bone, the gypsy caravan. Sound of horses snorting, distant shouts, the clatter of wood, subtle, atmospheric. Let me tell you, this scene, it's a raw, visceral explosion after chapters of creeping tension. The gypsies, a band of loyal, fierce retainers, are there. They've brought the coffin this far, and they are not about to surrender their master. Not without a fight. And what a fight it is. Imagine it, the wind biting, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and coming snow. The sun, a blood-orange orb, sinking rapidly towards the horizon, threatening to cast the world into perpetual shadow. Our heroes, weary to their bones but fueled by an almost incandescent determination, surge forward. They've ridden hard, pushed themselves past every conceivable limit. And now, they're met not with supernatural monsters, but with human desperation. The gypsies, a wild, hardened folk, understand loyalty in a way few others do. They are armed with whatever they can find, long knives glinting ominously, rough staves, even rocks. Their faces, weathered and grim, are set in defiance. They don't know, or perhaps don't care, about the ancient evil they serve. They are simply protecting their charge, their benefactor, their master. And they're willing to die for him. Van Helsing, ever the strategist, shouts orders, his voice raspy but firm. Jonathan Harker, a man transformed from the timid solicitor we first met, is like a whirlwind. He's wielding his cookery knife, the same one he used to try and fight his way out of this very castle all those months ago. His movements are sharp, precise, fueled by a singular, burning rage against the creature who has defiled his wife and haunted his dreams. He is a man possessed by righteous fury, slashing and parrying, his eyes narrowed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Lord Godalming, the strongman of the group, uses his sheer physical presence, his powerful fists, to clear a path. Dr. Seward, more accustomed to the quiet confines of his asylum, finds an inner strength, battling with a fierce intensity, protecting Mina as best he can. And Mina, oh, Mina. She's not a passive observer. She's there, a vital part of the team, her eyes blazing with a courage born of pure love and an unshakable will. She helps, she directs, she supports. Her very presence seems to galvanize the men, reminding them of what, and who, they are fighting for. Sound of a sharp, metallic clang, then a grunt of pain, very brief, impactful, but it's Quincy Morris, isn't it? Our American cowboy, with his Bowie knife and his Winchester rifle. It's not about grand speeches or flashy powers. It's about a man, a good man, facing evil, knowing the risks, and choosing to pay the ultimate price for his friends, for justice. Quincy Morris, the pragmatic adventurer, who came across the ocean to help a stranger, now lays dying in the desolate landscape of Transylvania. His friends rush to him, their faces etched with horror and grief. Lord Godalming, in particular, who has forged such a deep bond with Quincy, is beside himself. But Quincy, in his dying moments, shows an incredible, almost superhuman, stoicism. His concern isn't for himself. It's for the mission. He looks at them, his breath ragged, his voice barely a whisper, blood staining his shirt, but a faint, brave smile on his lips. It's worth it, he manages to say, his eyes fixed on Mina, who is weeping beside him. Godalming, old fellow, he rasps, I'm glad to die if I have helped save her. A brief, poignant silence, think about that for a moment. In the throes of death, his only thought is the success of their quest, the safety of Mina. It's a testament to the purity of his heart, to the strength of the bonds forged in this crucible of terror. He dies a hero, a true martyr in their holy war. And in that moment, the grief of his friends, the sharp, agonizing pang of loss, only steels their resolve further. There can be no turning back. His death demands an answer. The sun is dipping below the horizon now, a sliver of light remaining. Dracula's coffin is agonizingly close to the castle gates. The remaining gypsies, seeing their master's protectors fall and perhaps sensing the true nature of the evil within the wooden box, begin to falter, their resistance crumbling. Jonathan Harker, his face streaked with sweat and grime, his eyes burning, doesn't hesitate. He clambers onto the cart, fueled by Quincy's sacrifice, by Mina's suffering, by his own long-held terror and fury. He tears open the lid of the ancient, earth-filled coffin. And there he is. Dracula. Sound of a low, guttural growl, almost subliminal, not the imposing, charismatic figure he once was in London. Not the ancient, powerful warlord who first ensnared Harker in his castle. No. This is a weakened, desperate creature. He's trapped, vulnerable, his eyes burning with a mixture of ancient malice and dawning terror. The centuries-old evil, cornered. He knows his time is up. He is no longer the predator, he is the prey. Harker, without a moment of hesitation, raises his cookery knife. It's a blade that has seen the horrors of this journey from its very beginning. And at the same time, because the book is so keen on synchronization, Van Helsing, who has rushed to the cart as well, brandishes his own, perhaps Quincy's, Bowie knife. The two blades, one symbolizing Harker's personal vendetta, the other the collective will of the hunters, descend. It's a swift, brutal, and utterly decisive act. The kukri plunges into Dracula's heart, a true, physical heart, despite his undead nature. And with a second, equally swift motion, the Bowie knife, perhaps even Harker's own, depending on how you interpret the exact choreography, but the intent is clear: 2 men, 2 blows, severs his head. Decapitation. The ancient rituals, the necessary steps to truly end a vampire's existence, are fulfilled. A sudden, sharp, almost explosive whoosh sound, followed by a settling, eerie whisper, and then, the transformation. It's not a violent, bloody spectacle. It's something far more chilling, far more ancient. As the steel penetrates his undead flesh, as his head is separated from his body, Dracula doesn't just die. He dissolves. Instantly. Before their very eyes, the centuries of evil, the physical manifestation of unholy power, crumbles into a pile of dust. It's as if he was never truly there, merely a shadow, a temporary stain on the fabric of reality. The coffin, once filled with the earth of his homeland and the chilling presence of the undead, is now empty, save for a mound of fine, gray powder. The curse is broken. Sound of wind picks up slightly, a sense of Vess. 7-day action plan, slaying your demons. Hello, dear listeners, and welcome back to the channel. You know, sometimes, when we delve into the classics, we expect grand tales of adventure, love, or horror, and Dracula certainly delivers on all those fronts. But what often surprises people, what truly resonates long after the last page is turned, are the subtle, almost accidental life lessons embedded within the narrative. Bram Stoker, whether he intended to or not, gave us a masterclass in resilience, strategy, and what it truly means to face down the darkness, not just with a crucifix, but with something far more potent: human discipline, meticulous record-keeping, and undeniable courage. Today, we're not just admiring the literary genius of Dracula. We're going to roll up our sleeves and extract some actionable, real-world wisdom from its chilling depths. We're going to talk about slaying your demons, because, let's be honest, we all have them, don't we? Those creeping anxieties, those draining habits, those intimidating projects that loom larger than any Transylvanian castle. And just like the intrepid heroes of Stoker's masterpiece, we're going to devise a 7-day action plan to confront them, armed not with holy water, but with introspection, boundaries, and community. This isn't about magical cures or overnight transformations. It's about applying the timeless lessons of discipline, the power of objective record-keeping, and the sheer audacity of courage to our very modern lives. So, grab your imaginary stake, sharpen your mental faculties, and let's begin. Day 1 to 2. Start a journal of truth, documenting your anxieties objectively. When we first meet Dr. John Seward, the young, ambitious psychiatrist in Dracula, he's doing something utterly fascinating. He's not just observing his patients at the asylum, he's meticulously documenting his own thoughts, his own observations, his own fears, often through the lens of a phonograph diary. Remember those clinical, almost detached recordings? He's trying to understand the bizarre occurrences around him, yes, but he's also trying to make sense of his own mental landscape as he grapples with R.M. Renfield's disturbing fascinations and Mina Murray's inexplicable ailments. He's attempting to be objective, a scientist even of his own psyche, despite the supernatural chaos unfolding around him. And here's where we step into his shoes for day 1 and 2 of our plan. Our first task, our first act of courage, is to start what I like to call a journal of truth. This isn't just a place to vent, it's a space, much like Seward's recordings, to document your anxieties, your worries, your persistent nagging thoughts, with as much objectivity as you can muster. Think about it, when anxiety takes hold, it often feels amorphous, overwhelming, a shadowy presence that whispers irrational fears. It thrives in the dark corners of our minds, growing stronger the less we scrutinize it. Seward, confronted with the truly inexplicable, knew that the first step to understanding, and eventually conquering, the unknown was to observe, to record, to analyze. So, for the next 2 days, commit to writing down your anxieties, big or small. But here's the crucial part, don't just write "I feel stressed." Go deeper. Ask yourself, what specific thought or event triggered this feeling? What physical sensations am I experiencing? Tight chest? Racing heart? Restless hands? What exactly am I afraid will happen? Be specific. What's the evidence for this fear? What's the evidence against it? How irrational does this fear seem if I imagine telling it to a trusted friend? Imagine you're Dr. Seward, recording your findings for a scientific paper, not a diary entry meant for emotional release alone. This isn't about wallowing, it's about dissecting. It's about externalizing that internal chaos onto paper or a screen, giving it shape and form so you can begin to understand its patterns, its triggers, and its true power, or lack thereof. For instance, maybe you're anxious about a big presentation. Instead of just writing "I'm scared of the press," use the Pomodoro technique. Setting boundaries isn't about being unkind or selfish, it's about self-preservation. It's about protecting your vital life force so you have the energy and clarity to tackle what truly matters. It's about reclaiming your personal power, one metaphorical clove of garlic at a time. It will feel uncomfortable at first, just like any confrontation with a powerful force, but the resulting surge of energy and peace will be your reward. Day 5 to 7. Build your coalition, find mentors, Van Helsings, and allies for a specific difficult project. We've turned inward with our journals of truth, and we've set crucial boundaries against external drains. Now, as we approach the final stretch of our 7-day plan, it's time to remember one of Dracula's most profound lessons: no one fights the darkness alone. Think about the Band of Light: Van Helsing, Jonathan Harker, Mina Harker, Arthur Holmwood, Quincy Morris, and Dr. Seward himself. Each brought a unique skill, a different perspective, and unwavering loyalty to their desperate quest. They didn't just survive, they triumphed because they worked as a unified, diverse, and mutually supportive coalition. For day 5, 6, and 7, your task is to build your coalition. This isn't just about general support, it's about identifying a specific, difficult project or challenge in your life, something you've been putting off, something intimidating, something that feels too big to tackle solo, and then intentionally seeking out your own Van Helsings, mentors, and allies, peer support. Let's define these roles. Your Van Helsings, mentors. These are the wise, experienced, and knowledgeable figures who have been there, done that. They possess a deeper understanding of the challenges you face in your chosen difficult project. They offer guidance, strategy, warnings about potential pitfalls, and often, a much-needed dose of perspective and courage. Think of Van Helsing's vast knowledge, his calm demeanor in the face of the unknown, his ability to see patterns and formulate a plan. Your Van Helsing might be a senior colleague, a seasoned entrepreneur, a successful artist, or someone who has navigated a similar personal challenge, like a career transition, starting a business, writing a book, or even preparing for a major life event. Your allies, these are the Jonathan Harkers, the Mina, the Quincy Morrises of your world. They are peers who are either on a similar journey, facing similar challenges, or simply offer unwavering emotional support, accountability, and practical help. They're the ones who will stand by you, listen to your frustrations, celebrate your small victories, and hold you accountable when your resolve wavers. They might be friends, fellow students, members of a professional group, or even online community members. How to build your coalition. 1. Identify your difficult project. Be specific. Is it launching a new product? Learning a new skill? Overcoming a significant personal hurdle? Clearly define what you're trying to achieve. 2. Brainstorm potential Van Helsings. Who do you admire in this area? Who has the expertise you lack? Who seems to navigate these waters with grace and wisdom? Don't be afraid to think outside your immediate circle. Sometimes the best mentors are found through networking, professional organizations, or even cold outreach, though always respectful and well-researched. 3. Identify potential allies, who in your life or extended network would genuinely cheer you on. Who could provide practical help or emotional support. Who might also be tackling a similar challenge, making them an excellent accountability partner. 4. Reach out strategically. For Van Helsings, approach them with respect. Clearly state your specific project and why you admire their expertise. Ask for a brief coffee chat or a 15-minute call. Don't ask them to be your mentor immediately, ask for advice on a specific problem. Be prepared with clear questions. Respect their time above all else. For allies, be open about your project and your need for support. Offer to reciprocate. If you find an accountability partner, set clear expectations for check-ins and mutual support. The power of a coalition cannot be overstated. When Van Helsing and his band faced Dracula, they didn't just fight a physical battle, they battled despair, doubt, and overwhelming odds. Each member contributed vital information, emotional strength, and practical skills. Mina's transcription abilities, Jonathan's first-hand knowledge of the castle, Dr. Seward's psychological insights, Arthur's physical strength, Quincy's courage, and Van Helsing's intellect, all were indispensable. You, too, have strengths, but you also have blind spots and moments of weakness. Your coalition fills those gaps. They provide the varied perspectives needed to outwit your demons. They offer the encouragement to keep going when you feel like giving up. And they share the burden, making even the most daunting projects feel manageable. This isn't about weakness, it's about strategic strength, understanding that true power often lies in collaboration, in the collective light we shine against the darkness. So, there you have it, a 7-day action plan, directly inspired by the enduring wisdom of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Day 1 to 2, your journal of truth. Begin to objectively document your anxieties, giving them shape and form, defanging their shadowy power. Day 3 to 4, identify and garlic your energy vampires. Ruthlessly pinpoint what's draining you, people, habits, digital traps, and courageously set boundaries to reclaim your vital energy. Day 5 to 7, build your coalition. For that one big, scary project, seek out your Van Helsings for guidance and your allies for support and accountability. This isn't just about reading a book, it's about living its lessons. It's about recognizing that the tools for battling the demons of modern life, the stress, the overwhelm, the procrastination, are often the same timeless virtues that helped a small band of heroes face down an ancient evil: discipline, the clarity of objective record-keeping, and the profound courage to ask for help and to stand your ground. You have the power within you to slay your demons. Sometimes, all it takes is a plan, a pen, a little bit of garlic, and a good team by your side. Take these steps, and watch as the shadows begin to recede, replaced by your own growing light. What demon will you tackle first? And who will be your first ally or mentor? Let me know in the comments below. I love hearing your stories and seeing how these classic tales resonate in your own lives. Until next time, keep reading, keep growing, and keep fighting the good fight. Hello, dear listeners, and welcome back to the channel. You know, sometimes, when we delve into the classics, we expect grand tales of adventure, love, or horror, and Dracula certainly delivers on all those fronts. But what often surprises people, what truly resonates long after the last page is turned, are the subtle, almost accidental life lessons embedded within the narrative. Bram Stoker, whether he intended to or not, gave us a masterclass in resilience, strategy, and what it truly means to face down the darkness, not just with a crucifix, but with something far more potent: human discipline, meticulous record-keeping, and undeniable courage. Today, we're not just admiring the literary genius of Dracula. We're going to roll up our sleeves and extract some actionable, real-world wisdom from its chilling depths. We're going to talk about slaying your demons, because, let's be honest, we all have them, don't we? Those creeping anxieties, those draining habits, those intimidating projects that loom large. So, grab your imaginary stake, sharpen your mental faculties, and let's begin. Day 1 to 2, start a journal of truth, documenting your anxieties objectively. When we first meet Dr. John Seward, the young, ambitious psychiatrist in Dracula, he's doing something utterly fascinating. He's not just observing his patients at the asylum, he's meticulously documenting his own thoughts, his own observations, his own fears, often through the lens of a phonograph diary. Remember those clinical, almost detached recordings? He's trying to understand the bizarre occurrences around him, yes, but he's also trying to make sense of his own mental landscape as he grapples with R.M. Renfield's disturbing fascinations and Mina Murray's inexplicable ailments. He's attempting to be objective, a scientist even of his own psyche, despite the supernatural chaos unfolding around him. And here's where we step into his shoes for day 1 and 2 of our plan. Our first task, our first act of courage, is to start what I like to call a journal of truth. This isn't just a place to vent, it's a space, much like Seward's recordings, to document your anxieties, your worries, your persistent nagging thoughts, with as much objectivity as you can muster. Think about it, when anxiety takes hold, it often feels amorphous, overwhelming, a shadowy presence that whispers irrational fears. It thrives in the dark corners of our minds, growing stronger the less we scrutinize it. Seward, confronted with the truly inexplicable, knew that the first step to understanding, and eventually conquering, the unknown was to observe, to record, to analyze. He meticulously noted every peculiar detail, every strange utterance from his patients, every inexplicable shift in the atmosphere of his world. He didn't just feel, he documented his feelings and the circumstances around him. So, for the next 2 days, commit to writing down your anxieties, big or small. But here's the crucial part, don't just write "I feel stressed." Go deeper. Imagine you are an impartial observer, a detective of your own internal experience. Ask yourself, what specific thought or external event triggered this feeling? Was it a notification on your phone, a conversation, a looming deadline, or simply waking up in the morning? Pinpoint the antecedent. What specific physical sensations am I experiencing? A tight chest? Racing heart? Butterflies in your stomach? Restless hands? A headache developing? Be precise, as if you're charting symptoms. What exactly am I afraid will happen as a result of this situation or thought? Articulate the worst-case scenario in detail. Is it failure, rejection, embarrassment, financial ruin, or something else entirely? What's the concrete, undeniable evidence for this fear being a probable outcome? And just as importantly, what's the evidence against it? Are you falling into cognitive traps, or are these fears grounded in verifiable reality? How irrational does this fear truly seem if I were to imagine telling it to a trusted, objective friend or colleague? Would they see the same immediate danger, or would they offer a more balanced perspective? What have I done in the past when faced with a similar situation, and what was the actual outcome? Often, our past successes are powerful antidotes to present fears. Imagine you're Dr. Seward, recording your findings for a scientific paper, not a diary entry meant for emotional release alone. This isn't about wallowing in negativity, it's about dissecting it with the cold, clear eye of a scientist. It's about externalizing that internal chaos onto paper or a screen, giving it shape and form so you can begin to understand its patterns, its triggers, and its true power, or lack thereof. For instance, maybe you're anxious about a big presentation. Instead of just writing "I'm scared of the presentation," you might record, "Heart racing this morning." Thought, "What if I forget my lines, stutter, and embarrass myself in front of the entire department?" Trigger, checking calendar, seeing presentation date looming on Friday. Evident. The inability to say no, constantly agreeing to commitments, favors, or social invitations that overextend you, don't align with your priorities, or simply drain your limited time and energy. This is a common silent vampire. Constant self-criticism, the internal voice that constantly doubts, belittles, or berates you, can be the most insidious vampire of all, eating away at your confidence and motivation from within. Once you've identified these energy vampires, and be brutally honest with yourself here, perhaps even consult your journal of truth for patterns of depletion, noting when and after what activities you feel most drained, it's time to deploy the metaphorical garlic. In Dracula, garlic isn't just a superstition, it's a tangible boundary, a protective barrier against evil that the Count cannot easily cross. For us, garlic comes in the form of setting clear, firm boundaries, both external and internal. This takes courage. It means saying no to extra commitments that don't serve your well-being or goals. It means limiting your time with draining individuals, or even, in more severe cases, creating significant physical or emotional distance. It means putting your phone on Do Not Disturb during specific hours, or deleting apps that steal your focus and joy. It means actively seeking out and scheduling dedicated time for restorative activities like sleep, exercise, meditation, or hobbies, and defending that time fiercely as non-negotiable. It also means challenging that internal critic, recognizing its voice, and replacing it with self-compassion. For example, if a toxic person is an energy vampire, instead of immediately taking their calls, let it go to voicemail. Respond via text when you have the energy and mental bandwidth. Limit interaction duration to polite, necessary exchanges. Politely decline invitations if you know they'll be emotionally draining, offering a vague "I'm not available then" rather than a detailed excuse. If social media is the culprit, set app timers to restrict usage. Designate no scroll zones, example during meals, an hour before bed, first hour of the day. Unfollow accounts that trigger comparison or negativity. Cultivate a feed that inspires and informs, rather than drains. If procrastination plagues you, break down overwhelming tasks into tiny, manageable steps, the micro-action approach. Schedule specific work blocks and commit to them for a short, focused period, using techniques like the Pomodoro technique. Reward completion, not just perfection. If you struggle to say no, practice. Start with small no's. Remind yourself that no to others is yes to yourself and your priorities. You are not obligated to explain or justify your boundaries extensively. Setting boundaries isn't about being unkind or selfish, it's about profound self-preservation and self-respect. It's about protecting your vital life force so you have the energy, clarity, and emotional resilience to tackle what truly matters to you. It's about reclaiming your personal power, one metaphorical clove of garlic at a time. It will feel uncomfortable at first, just like any confrontation with a powerful force, but the resulting surge of energy and peace will be your profound and well-deserved reward. You'll feel lighter, more focused, and more authentically yourself. Day 5 to 7, build your coalition, find mentors, Van Helsings, and allies for a specific difficult project. We've turned inward with our journals of truth, and we've set crucial boundaries against external drains. Now, as we approach the final stretch of our 7-day plan, it's time to remember one of Dracula's most profound lessons: no one fights the darkness alone. Think about the Band of Light: Van Helsing, Jonathan Harker, Mina Harker, Arthur Holmwood, Quincy Morris, and Dr. Seward himself. Each brought a unique skill, a different perspective, unwavering loyalty, and a distinct form of courage to their desperate, seemingly impossible quest. They didn't just survive, they triumphed because they worked as a unified, diverse, and mutual. One, clearly identify and define your difficult project. Be ruthlessly specific. Is it launching a new product in 6 months? Learning a new, complex skill for a career pivot? Writing a 50,000-word novel? Overcoming a significant personal hurdle like training for a marathon? The more clearly you define your enemy, the better you can identify the weapons and warriors you need. 2. Brainstorm potential Van Helsings. Who do you admire in this specific area? Who has achieved what you're striving for? Who has the expertise you currently lack? Who seems to navigate these waters with grace, wisdom, or innovative solutions? Don't be afraid to think outside your immediate circle. Sometimes the best mentors are found through industry events, professional organizations, online forums, or even cold outreach, though always respectful, well-researched, and concise. 3. Identify potential allies. Who in your existing life or extended network would genuinely cheer you on? Who could provide practical help, emotional support, or a listening ear? Who might also be tackling a similar challenge, making them an excellent accountability partner with whom you can share strategies and motivate each other? Consider people who are generally positive, reliable, and empathetic. 4. Reach out strategically and respectfully. For Van Helsing's mentors, approach them with utmost respect for their time and expertise. Clearly state your specific project and concisely explain why you admire their work or experience in that particular area. Ask for a very brief coffee chat, a quick virtual call, example 15 to 20 minutes, or even just specific advice via email on a particular problem you're facing. Don't immediately ask them to be your mentor, that's a big ask. Instead, ask for specific guidance or their perspective on a precise challenge. Be prepared with clear, thoughtful questions that show you've done your homework. Always follow up with a thank you. For allies, peer support/accountability partners, be open and honest about your project and your need for support. Offer to reciprocate. If you're seeking an accountability partner, propose a clear structure for check-ins, example weekly calls, daily texts to report progress. Set clear expectations for what kind of support you're looking for and what you can offer in return. This reciprocity is key to a strong alliance. The power of a coalition cannot be overstated. When Van Helsing and his band faced Dracula, they didn't just fight a physical battle, they battled despair, doubt, overwhelming odds, and the insidious psychological warfare of the Count. Each member contributed vital information, emotional strength, intellectual insight, and practical skills. Mina's meticulous transcription abilities and intuition, Jonathan's first-hand knowledge of the castle, Dr. Seward's psychological insights, Arthur's physical strength and aristocratic connections, Quincy's unwavering courage and pragmatism, and Van Helsing's vast intellect and strategic genius, all were indispensable. Without this collective effort, they would have certainly failed. You, too, have strengths, but you also have blind spots, moments of doubt, and areas where you lack expertise or simply need a boost. Your coalition fills those gaps. They provide the varied perspectives needed to outwit your demons and navigate complex terrains. They offer the much-needed encouragement to keep going when you feel like giving up. And they share the burden, making even the most daunting, impossible projects feel manageable and, ultimately, achievable. This isn't about weakness, it's about strategic strength, understanding that true power often lies in collaboration, in the collective light we shine against the darkness of our challenges. It's about leveraging human connection to achieve extraordinary things. So, there you have it, a 7-day action plan, directly inspired by the enduring wisdom of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Day 1 to 2, your Journal of Truth. Begin to objectively document your anxieties, giving them shape and form, thereby starting to defang their shadowy power. Day 3 to 4, identify and garlic your energy vampires. Ruthlessly pinpoint what's draining your life force, be it people, habits, digital traps, or internal narratives, and courageously set firm boundaries to reclaim your vital energy. Day 5 to 7, build your coalition. For that one big, scary project that feels overwhelming, proactively seek out your Van Helsings for expert guidance and your allies for unwavering support and crucial accountability. This isn't just about reading a book, it's about living its lessons. It's about recognizing that the tools for battling the demons of modern life, the stress, the overwhelm, the procrastination, the fear of the unknown, are often the same timeless virtues that helped a small band of heroes face down an ancient, seemingly insurmountable evil: discipline, the clarity of objective record-keeping, and the profound courage to ask for help and to stand your ground, not just alone, but as part of a strong, supportive team. You have the power within you to slay your demons. Sometimes, all it takes is a plan, a pen, a little bit of garlic, and a good team by your side. Take these steps, and watch as the shadows begin to recede, replaced by your own growing light and capability. What demon? Summary: the Van Helsing method. Alright, so we've journeyed through the dark, winding corridors of Bram Stoker's Dracula. We've felt the chill of the Transylvanian night, and witnessed the ancient evil that stalks the gaslit streets of London. It's a story, yes, but like all truly great stories, it's also a mirror, reflecting profound truths about humanity, fear, and the enduring struggle against forces that seek to undermine us. And at the heart of that struggle, providing a beacon of hope, is the enigmatic, brilliant, and utterly captivating Professor Abraham Van Helsing. He's not just a character, he's a methodology. A framework for confronting the seemingly impossible, for tackling challenges that defy conventional understanding. So, as we wrap up our deep dive into this chilling masterpiece, I want to distill what I call the Van Helsing method into 3 core takeaways. These aren't just plot points, they're universal principles, survival skills, if you will, that apply far beyond the battle against a fictional vampire lord. They're about how we, as individuals and as a society, can face down our own monsters, whether they're ancient bloodsuckers or the more mundane, yet equally insidious, evils of our modern world. So, lean in. Let's unravel these together. Takeaway 1. Collective action and diverse skills beat individual power. You know, when you first meet Count Dracula, he seems invincible, doesn't he? He's ancient, immensely strong, cunning, capable of shape-shifting, mind control, influencing weather, commanding creatures of the night. He's a one-man army, centuries of malevolence concentrated into a single, terrifying entity. He represents the ultimate individual power, a force of nature twisted into a force of pure evil. And against him, we have, well, initially, a bunch of well-meaning but utterly outmatched individuals. Jonathan Harker, trapped and terrified. Lucy Westenra, slowly succumbing. Dr. Seward, baffled by a mysterious illness. But then, Van Helsing arrives. And what does he do? He doesn't try to fight Dracula alone. He doesn't stand there, one brilliant mind against one ancient evil, hoping his singular genius will somehow prevail. No. He understands, instinctively, perhaps from a lifetime of facing the inexplicable, that to defeat a power so vast and so multifaceted, you need a different kind of power, the power of the collective. The power of diverse skill sets, working in concert. Think about the members of his ad hoc team, Van Helsing himself. Yes, he's the orchestrator, the leader with the occult knowledge, the scientific rigor, and the strategic mind. He brings the blueprint, the understanding of the enemy. But he can't be everywhere at once. He can't perform every task. Jonathan Harker, he's the first-hand witness, the man who saw Dracula's lair, his coffins, his true nature. His journal, filled with terror and meticulous detail, is the foundational intelligence. He's also practical, brave, and knows something of the world Dracula is trying to infiltrate. Mina Harker, oh, Mina. She's often overlooked in terms of raw power, but her contribution is absolutely indispensable. Her intellect, her organizational prowess, she's the one who meticulously transcribes and collates all the disparate diaries, letters, and newspaper clippings. She creates the coherent narrative, the master plan, making sense of chaos. Van Helsing himself calls her a man's brain, a problematic phrase by modern standards, yes, but in context, it speaks to her exceptional analytical capacity, her ability to synthesize information in a way no one else could. She's the intelligence officer, the strategist's assistant, the empathetic glue that binds them. Dr. John Seward, the medical man, the asylum director. He brings the scientific method, the clinical observation, the understanding of the human mind, even if he initially struggles with the supernatural. He provides resources, access, and a grounded perspective that balances Van Helsing's more esoteric knowledge. Lord Arthur Holmwood, the aristocrat, Lucy's fiancé. He brings not just his personal grief and unwavering courage, but also social standing, influence, and resources. In a deeply class-conscious society, his presence lends legitimacy to their otherwise outlandish quest. Quincy Morris, the American frontiersman. He's the embodiment of pragmatic action, raw courage, and specialized skills, particularly his proficiency with firearms and his unwavering loyalty. He's the man of action when others might hesitate. His ultimate sacrifice underscores the absolute commitment required. Each of these individuals, alone, would have been crushed. Jonathan, trapped. Seward, bewildered. Mina, heartbroken. But together, they form a synergistic unit. Van Helsing provides the map, Mina organizes the intelligence, Seward applies scientific rigor, Jonathan confirms the facts, Arthur provides the societal leverage, and Quincy provides the decisive action. They complement each other, cover each other's weaknesses, and amplify each other's strengths. This isn't just about fighting vampires, it's about life. Think about any complex problem we face today: climate change, global pandemics, economic inequality, social injustice. No single expert, no lone visionary, no individual hero, no matter how brilliant or powerful, can solve these issues alone. Takeaway 2: open-mindedness is a survival skill, believing in the impossible. This takeaway, for me, hits particularly close to home, especially in a world so often divided by what people refuse to believe. At the outset of Dracula, almost everyone, save for perhaps a few superstitious peasants, lives in a rigidly rational, Victorian scientific paradigm. Dracula is a creature of myth, of folklore, not of observable reality. Dr. Seward, a man of science, an asylum director, initially tries to explain Lucy's symptoms through known medical conditions. He's baffled, yes, but his initial instinct is to find a rational, empirical explanation. Jonathan Harker, despite his terrifying experiences, struggles to reconcile what he's seen with his worldview. Enter Van Helsing, the polymath. He's a doctor, a philosopher, a metaphysician, a lawyer, a man of science. He's also an expert in the occult, in superstitions, in ancient evils. He's the bridge between worlds. And what makes him so effective, so essential to their survival, is his radical open-mindedness. He's willing to consider the impossible. He doesn't dismiss strange phenomena simply because they don't fit into the current scientific textbooks. Instead, he observes, he gathers evidence, and he adjusts his understanding. He's perhaps the only character who truly lives by the adage, "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy." The others, bless their rational hearts, struggle. They resist. They intellectualize. They doubt. They need irrefutable proof, often delivered in the most gruesome ways possible, like Lucy's transformation into a vampire, before they can even begin to accept the truth. And their initial closed-mindedness, their adherence to conventional wisdom, almost costs them everything. It leaves them vulnerable, unprepared, and unable to recognize the true nature of the threat. Van Helsing argues passionately that their very ability to comprehend the threat is tied to their willingness to believe. Not to be gullible, mind you, but to suspend disbelief, to consider that reality might be larger and stranger than their current framework allows. He pushes them to embrace the undead, to accept that ancient evils can manifest in a modern world, defying logic but not existence. This is a profound survival skill, isn't it? In our own lives, how often do we encounter new ideas, new perspectives, or even new problems that don't fit neatly into our existing mental boxes? Our first instinct, often, is to reject them, to label them impossible, absurd, or unscientific because they challenge our comfort zones, our cherished beliefs. But what if, like Van Helsing, we cultivated a disciplined open-mindedness? Not a naive acceptance of everything, but a willingness to genuinely consider, to investigate, to gather evidence, even for things that seem utterly outlandish at first glance. Think about scientific breakthroughs that were initially mocked, social movements that were first dismissed, or even personal growth that requires us to shed old, limiting beliefs about ourselves. History is littered with examples of those who were too rigid, too certain in their current understanding, and therefore, ultimately failed to adapt, to innovate, or even to survive. The Van Helsing method here is a plea for intellectual humility. It's about understanding that our current knowledge is always incomplete, and that growth, both personal and societal, requires us to constantly challenge our assumptions, to question the unquestionable, and to be brave enough to believe in the possibility of the impossible. Because sometimes, the most dangerous thing isn't the monster itself, but our refusal to believe it exists. Takeaway 3, evil thrives in the dark, bringing things to light. Communication destroys it. This third takeaway, for me, is the most universally applicable, and perhaps the most hopeful. What is Dracula's primary weapon, beyond his supernatural powers? It's secrecy. It's isolation. It's working in the shadows, manipulating from a distance, preying on those who are alone, confused, or uninformed. He operates at night, metaphorically and literally. He comes to England disguised, his true nature hidden. He infects Lucy and tries to infect Mina in the darkness of night, when others are asleep and unaware. He uses whispers, illusions, and the very lack of information to sow chaos and fear. Think about the initial stages of the story. Jonathan's horrifying experiences are locked away in his journal, unshared, making him feel insane. Lucy's illness is a medical mystery, discussed in hushed tones, its true cause unknown to all but Van Helsing and, eventually, a few others. The lack of open communication, the fragmented knowledge, is Dracula's greatest ally. Each character holds a piece of the puzzle, but none can see the full picture alone. And then comes Mina. She is the catalyst for bringing things to light. She painstakingly gathers all the scattered pieces of evidence, Jonathan's journal, Dr. Seward's phonograph diary, Lucy's letters, newspaper clippings. She transcribes them, organizes them, synthesizes them. She creates a unified narrative. She illuminates the darkness of individual experience with the light of shared information. And it is only when all these threads are brought together, when the collective story of Dracula's depredations is fully understood and openly discussed by the team, that they can formulate an effective strategy. Communication, in this context, isn't just about talking. It's about transparency. It's about shared understanding. It's about revealing the hidden, exposing the insidious, and shining the harsh, unforgiving light of truth onto things that thrive in obscurity. Once Dracula's methods are understood, once his patterns are identified, once his secrets are laid bare, his power begins to wane. He can no longer hide. He can no longer manipulate in the dark. The team's open communication among themselves, their meticulous sharing of every detail, turns their individual vulnerabilities into collective strength. They even use technology, the typewriting and phonograph, to accelerate this process of information sharing, pushing back against the ancient evil with modern tools of enlightenment. Consider this principle in our own world. Misinformation, conspiracy theories, fear-mongering, abuse of power, these evils often flourish in environments where information is withheld, where dialogue is stifled, where people are isolated in their own echo chambers, or where critical truths are deliberately obscured. When we refuse to communicate openly, when we allow secrets to fester, when we shy away from difficult conversations, we inadvertently create the perfect breeding ground for metaphorical vampires to drain our collective vitality. The Van Helsing method insists that to defeat evil, we must drag it out of the shadows. We must demand transparency. We must foster open and honest communication, even when it's uncomfortable or reveals unpleasant truths. It's about creating environments where information flows freely, where disparate voices can be heard, and where collective understanding can emerge from individual perspectives. Because just like a vampire shrivels in the sunlight, so too do many forms of evil recoil and dissipate when exposed to the unblinking, unifying light of truth, clarity, and shared understanding. So there you have it. 3 enduring lessons from a story written over a century ago, yet resonating with such profound relevance today. The Van Helsing method isn't just about steaks and garlic, folks. It's about the power of diverse collaboration, recognizing that our greatest strength lies in our unity and varied talents. It's about the crucial survival skill of open CTA, join the hunt. And so, we draw the curtains on our deep dive into Bram Stoker's Dracula. What a journey it has been, hasn't it? From the mist-shrouded peaks of Transylvania to the gas-lit streets of London, we've hunted shadows, confronted fears both external and internal, and wrestled with the eternal struggle between light and darkness, between the old world and the encroaching new. We've explored themes of colonialism, gender roles, societal anxieties, and the primal allure of forbidden power. We've witnessed the slow, insidious creep of evil and the rallying strength of camaraderie and intellectual prowess. It's a story that, despite its century-plus age, still sinks its fangs into the very core of our modern consciousness, leaving us pondering the very nature of monstrosity and the heroism required to face it. But as with any great tale, the ending isn't truly an ending, is it? It's merely a pause, a moment for reflection before the next chapter, the next revelation, the next grand hunt for meaning in the vast wilderness of human experience. For me, these stories aren't just ink on paper, they are living, breathing entities, pulsating with ideas and emotions that echo through time. And the true magic happens when we don't just consume them passively, but actively engage, question, discuss, and, yes, even join the hunt ourselves. This intellectual pursuit, this collective endeavor to unearth the deeper truths embedded within these timeless narratives, is what truly brings them to life. It's what makes reading not just an act of solitary consumption, but a shared adventure, a communal exploration. That's where you come in. This isn't just my journey, it's our journey. And as we close this particular volume, I want to invite you to open the next one with me, not just metaphorically, but practically, right here, in this growing community we're building together, a haven for bibliophiles, deep thinkers, and curious minds. Think about our heroes in Dracula. They didn't face the Count alone. They formed a fellowship, a diverse group united by a common purpose and a shared understanding of the unseen menace. They relied on each other's strengths, whether it was Mina's astute organizational mind, Jonathan's first-hand terror, Dr. Seward's psychiatric insights, or Lord Godalming's unwavering loyalty and financial backing. But central to their success, their very ability to comprehend and combat the ancient evil, was undoubtedly Professor Abraham Van Helsing. Ah, Van Helsing. What a character! He's the eccentric scholar, the polymath, the one who possesses the arcane knowledge necessary to combat the supernatural. He sees beyond the veil of ordinary reality, unafraid to speak of vampires and ancient evils in a world that prefers scientific rationalism and dismisses superstition. He's a mentor, a protector, a beacon of wisdom, and sometimes, a frustratingly enigmatic figure, speaking in riddles until the right moment. He's the one who doesn't just treat the symptoms, but seeks to understand the root cause, to understand the nature of the beast itself. He's the one who arms the others not just with silver crucifixes and garlic, but with crucial knowledge, unwavering courage, and a meticulously crafted plan. He's the one who, in a world gone mad, grounds them in a strange, terrible truth. He brings clarity to chaos, structure to the supernatural, and a methodology to what seems utterly beyond human comprehension. He's the anchor in the storm, the steady hand, the voice of reason, albeit an unconventional reason, when all hope seems lost. So, here's my question for you, and I truly want to hear your thoughts, your experiences, your stories, in the comments below. Who is the Van Helsing in your life? Pause for a moment and really think about it. Is there someone who, in your darkest hours, provided you with the wisdom, the courage, the insight to confront a difficult truth? Someone who helped you see through the illusions, or perhaps illuminated a path you couldn't perceive yourself, much like Van Helsing revealed the true nature of Dracula's power. I'll be down there, reading every single one, because I believe deeply in the power of these connections, these shared narratives that reveal our common humanity. This shared curiosity, this desire to delve deeper, to connect these ancient stories to our modern lives, is the very essence of what we do here. If you've enjoyed this exploration of Dracula, if you found something new to ponder, if you felt a resonance with the themes, or if you simply appreciate a good, in-depth conversation about classic literature delivered in an accessible, engaging way, then I implore you to subscribe to this channel. Consider it your official invitation to join our growing fellowship of literary adventurers. Every week, or whatever our publishing schedule turns out to be, still fine-tuning the logistics to ensure consistent quality, but rest assured, it'll be regular and worth the wait. We embark on another literary quest. We'll be shining our metaphorical lantern into the dusty corners of other timeless masterpieces, dissecting their narratives, unearthing their hidden gems, and relating their profound insights to the complex tapestry of our contemporary world. From the Gothic shadows we've just explored, we might venture into the societal satire of Jane Austen, the epic grandiosity of Homer, the psychological labyrinth of Dostoevsky, the poignant social commentary of Steinbeck, or the fantastical realms of Tolkien. Each book is a universe waiting to be discovered, a fresh hunt for understanding and appreciation. By subscribing, you're ensuring you don't miss a single deep dive, a single discussion, a single opportunity to expand your literary horizons and engage in thoughtful conversation with a community that genuinely loves books as much as you do. Think of it as adding another essential, illuminating volume to your personal intellectual library, delivered directly to your virtual doorstep. And please, don't forget to hit that notification bell. That little bell is your personal messenger raven, ensuring you're alerted the moment a new video drops, so you can join the discussion right from the start, fresh with insights and questions. You wouldn't want to miss the opening pages of our next grand adventure, would you? It's how we keep this intellectual campfire burning brightly, drawing more thoughtful minds into its warmth, creating a vibrant hub for literary discourse. Now, speaking of going even deeper, of peeling back yet another layer of these incredible narratives, there's a character in Dracula who, for me, remains one of the most hauntingly fascinating figures in the entire novel, R.M. Renfield. Ah, poor, deranged Renfield. The zoophagous lunatic, the fly-eater, the man who craves life force, convinced he can absorb the souls of living creatures, all while trapped in Dr. Seward's asylum. He's a tragic figure, isn't he? A man teetering on the brink of sanity, seduced by Dracula's dark promises, driven to madness by an obsessive quest for immortality and power. He's the unwitting bridge between the mundane and the supernatural, a living barometer of Dracula's encroaching influence, and a chilling reflection of what happens when ambition curdles into derangement, when a human mind attempts to grasp at cosmic power beyond its comprehension. His fragmented thoughts, his desperate attempts to reason with his doctors, his horrifying hunger, they offer such a raw, visceral look into the human psyche under extreme duress and supernatural influence, a window into a mind unraveling. And I confess, I've found myself absolutely captivated by his unique brand of madness. There's so much to unpack there, so many psychological nuances that Stoker, perhaps even unconsciously, wove into his character. Why flies? Why spiders? What does his evolving diet tell us about his escalating madness and his proximity to Dracula? How does his philosophy of absorbing life force mirror, or perhaps parody, Dracula's own vampiric existence? How does his character foreshadow the Count's next moves, acting as a grotesque, living weather vane for the A? Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.